We have following: Representative Rene Ann Matibag of the 1st District of Laguna, Representative Maria Cynthia Chan from Lapu-Lapu City. We also have Honorable Bai Dimple Mastura, our Vice Chair from Maguindanao and Cotabato City. We also have Honorable Josefina Tallado from Camarines Norte, 1st District. We also have Rachel Margarit Del Mar, 1st District, Cebu City. We also have Honorable Isabel Maria Zamora from the Lone District of San Juan. Good morning. We also have Honorable Charis Ann Hernandez from the Lone District of Calamba. And we also have Honorable PM Vargas from the 5th District of Quezon City, as well as Honorable Margarita Ignacia Nograles, good morning, from the PBA party list. Okay. So all in all, okay. We also have Honorable Jocelyn Lim Kai Chong, who's with us via Zoom, as well as Honorable Eleanor Bulot Begtang from Apayalon District, and Honorable Lorna Siderio from the 3rd District of Bulacan. And of course, we have Honorable Ana Suarez Villarasa Suarez, from the Alona party list. Okay, so that's a total of 16 members. Okay, there is a quorum. Okay, shall we proceed? Okay. Now we shall go to the approval of the minutes of the last meeting before we go to the agenda proper of the day. Now, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the 3rd regular meeting, which was held on February 8th?
I make a motion.
Yes, Representative.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes of the meeting of the last meeting of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
Yes, there being no objections, it is approved. Okay, at this moment, okay, we shall now tackle the Electronic Violence Against Women's Bill. To the knowledge of our participants, we were able to come up with a committee report, which we duly distributed among the members. And is there a motion to approve the committee report?
Chair, I move to approve the committee report of the committee report of walang number.
Marami, actually, unnumbered.
Unnumbered bill on the Act on Electronic Violence Against Women and their Children, providing protective measures and prescribing penalties for violations thereof, amending for purpose of Act number 9262, otherwise the Anti-Violence Against Women and their Children Act of 2004. Madam Chair.
Okay.
Second.
We approve therefore the committee report on our several policy laws. Okay, I'm happy for that. Now we gotta go to this second day of our the different SOGIE equality bills. At this moment, we shall continue with hearing our resource persons. But before we proceed, I just like to welcome each and every one of you. This is a safe space for everyone. I just want to assure you that you will be heard with patience, with understanding, with objectivity, and with a spirit of constructiveness. So I hope that all of you will follow our rules in regard to resource persons. The rules are as such. Okay, given our today we have a total of how many resource persons of we have 18 plus 43 resource persons, some of whom are connected via Zoom. So I request, I promise those who are able to finish their statements to go first today. But before I proceed, I'd like to recognize Brother Eddie Villanueva.
Thank you, Committee Chair. I just want to recognize the presence of our visitors and resource persons headed by the Philippine Council of Evangelical Churches, by its chairman, Bishop Peter, the founder and senior pastor of CCF, or Christ Commission Fellowship. And at the same time, together with him is the executive director of PCEC, or Philippine Council of Evangelical Churches, reportedly the biggest council of churches in the Philippines, Bishop Pantoja, with approximately 55,000 congregations with 7 million membership. Secondly, I just want to recognize also the presence of the Vice Chairman of Intercessors for the Philippines, represented by Pastor Eddie Guzman, with 5,000 churches, approximately 1 billion.
Pasok na siya sa Friday.
Presbyterian Church of the Philippines.
Sa Monday na lang siya pumasok.
Philippines, represented by General Secretary Bishop Dangan, and then
Hindi ko pa naririnig.
approximately 100,000 membership, and of course the Philippines for Jesus movement, including the JL churches led by Bishop Alconga, 7,000 churches, approximately 5 million membership. Now, also I
Ano bagong crack?
would like to recognize from Visayas, Brother Stanley Flores, representing BBM, known as Bible Values Movement, based in Visayas, Mr. Stanley Flores, and others here. I think if I may request Bishop Leo to recognize some of the resource persons whom I forget their names.
Representative Villanueva.
Thank you.
For that purpose, may I request the committee secretariat to recognize the presence of our resource persons. Comsec.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and the members of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. We have resource persons present this morning as follows: Pastor Eddie Guzman from the Intercessors for the Philippines, Dr. Beatrice Pineda, Philippine Derma Society, Bishop Leo Alconga, Philippines for Jesus Movement, Attorney Lim, Head Legislative Sector, Department of National Defense, Lieutenant Colonel Harold Amargada, Chief of GAD, GADD from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Captain Jasmine M. Gomba, DLO, OJI representative, Professor E. Leo D. Batad from the UP Law GLPP, Miss Elizabeth Angsioco from Democratic Socialist Women of the Philippines, Bishop Nelson Dangan, Philippines for Jesus Movement, Attorney Mary Tuesday Trahe, Coalition for Righteousness, Stanley Clyde Flores, Bible Values Movement, Bishop Noel Pantoja, Philippine Council for Evangelical Churches, Bishop Peter Tanchi from the CCF and PCEC, Attorney Hendrix Bungalon from the UPGLPP, Bishop Joey Sauco, Bible Baptist Church, Reverend Luis Antonio Sejo, OJBM Church, Dr. Arnold Arellano, LDE Grace, Cesar Buendia, LEB Telon Film Production Services. Present via Zoom are the following. From the PNP DPCR, Police Colonel Claire Cudal. From the PAPCOM, Jesusa Lugto. From Angladlad,
Peter Tanchi is here.
Isang Bakasmas Acosta. Bulso Bahaghari, Keith Tuazon. Captain Rosales from the Philippine Navy, Chair Gender and Development, Edna Imelda Legaspi. For the Civil Service Commission, Miss Maricar Cancino from Dream, Dream, Davao. From Dream, Dennis Castillanes. From DepEd, LS Kingat. From DepEd LRPO, Director Suzette Ganaban. From the DICT, Aldin Emil De Leon and Rabiles Medina. From the Department of Health, Madi Conjares, Sarina Magdales, and Giselle Artuyo. From the Department of Labor and Employment, Bureau of Women and Special Concerns, Jonaline Kalipay. From Lola HOR, Police Colonel Rocky Bausa. From the National Youth Commission, PRD Milo Enriquez. Maria Victoria Ricafort. From the PNFCP, Professor Obed De La Cruz. There is somebody from the OT job with no name. I don't know the OT job, maybe it's from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I think.
Hindi ba nababakit si Bishop Ruben?
Ay, hindi siya nakasulat.
Bishop.
In person is from Bible Mode, Bishop Ruben Avante. From the Psychological Association of the Philippines, Dr. Reyes. From the PDP Med, Philippine Commission on Women, we have Aurora San Juan.
Good morning po.
From the Lord Who Cares Foundation, Miss Valione Suiko. From the UCCP, Johnny Ben Marasigan. From the PNP WCP DIDM, Police Colonel Madayag. We have also Ricardo Ador Dionisio, Benji Cruz, Jan David Salvador, Adriel Pizarra, Mildred Zamar, Camille Grace Cariaga, Rosalie Masilang, and Attorney Twyla Rubin from the Commission on Human Rights. If your name was not mentioned, you just raise your hand so that you will be recognized.
Okay, that was quite a number of resource persons. I asked myself, paano kaya tayo at anong oras tayo matatapos ngayong araw na ito? Shall we start the ball rolling? We promised last time that we would hear
Bishop Nelson Dangan.
Bishop Nelson Dangan. But Bishop, ang ating rule still holds. We do not have an indefinite period of time for each speaker. Otherwise, it would be impossible. We have also to leave space for the other speakers. So if you could be, we would appreciate it if you could be direct, concise, and of course, coherent. Please proceed, Bishop Nelson Dangan.
Good morning, Chairperson, and all the members of this committee hearing. First of all, we hate discrimination against all the people, be it LGBT, straight, senior citizens, and person with disability. They are human beings, people created in the image of God. I also like everyone to have equal opportunity in terms of employment, access to healthcare, and welfare services. But to pass the bill does more harm than good to the majority of the people of the Philippines. Besides, it is contrary to the word of God. The reason of our personal opposition against SOGIE bill. Number one, this bill misleads because LGBT is not so much after equality, but acceptance, approval, and affirmation of their homosexual behavior. Indeed, LGBT cause demands their affirmation, even if that appears in bringing on others' freedom. They are demanding that everyone agree with their homosexual behavior. Number two, SOGIE bill assault or attacks the truth on biblical sexuality. SOGIE bill legally recognize and legislate another gender. According to the bill, in Section 3, Paragraph 8, Sex refers to male and female and intersex. How about pedophile who is attracted sexually to children based on their sexual orientation? As the same equality should also pass a bill to protect them? And does God recognize other gender outside being male or female? Men and women are not the blind products of a chance evolution, in which individuals are free to choose their own morality or sexuality. Number 3, since the bill promotes homosexuality, it is anti-God because God condemns homosexual in His word. Number 4, this bill will discourage LGBT people to change instead of only seeing them differ into the quagmire of homosexual sexual sins and conduct. People became homosexual because misguided family, child abuse, sexual exploitation, and dysfunctional family. While change may be more difficult for some than for others due to factors of motivation, and circumstance, but with the therapy product motivation, professional help, and by the power of God, change is possible. Because there are a lot of friends who are being changed by God. The SOGIE bill is not necessary because LGBT are amply protected by our existing laws. Therefore, we do not need special laws to protect them. They are well and amply protected by our Philippine Constitution under the Bill of Rights and Equal Protection Clause are by various institutionary laws of our country. We have revised Penal Code, RA 7877, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995. We have the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013, RA 10627, that prohibits gender-based bullying. Likewise, in Section 3 of Republic Act 1917, otherwise known as Magna Carta of Women, provides that all individuals are equal as human beings by virtue of the inherent dignity of a human person. No one should therefore suffer discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, gender, age, language, sexual orientation, race, color, religion, political, or other discrimination. Well, to our beloved lawmakers, I believe that God, they are all two gender, male and female. Wala pa hong pangatlo. According to the Philippines Constitution, dalawa lang ang gender natin, male and female. And according to biblical law, the highest law of all mankind, there are only two gender, male and female,
That's right.
man and woman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your position was very clear and we take note. Okay, the next resource person. Director Cesar Evangelista Buendia from the Fellowship of the Redeemed, Disoriented People. Director Cesar Evangelista Buendia, you're recognized.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard? Narinig na po ako.
Could you kindly speak louder,
Louder po. Sige po.
Director Cesar?
Opo, sana po hindi ako maputol. Pinaiksi ko na po ito ng husto. Ilang beses na po ako nakapagsalita, parati ako napuputol. Maiksi lang naman po ito, promise.
Please proceed.
Thank you po. Ako po ay si Cesar Evangelista Buendia. Nabuhay ako bilang isang bakla o gender disoriented person na mahilig sa lalaki mula pa nung bata pa ako. Nung ako ay nagladlad at pinaalam ko sa mundo ang aking sexual preference, sandali akong lumigaya. Pero nang magtagal, nakaranas ako ng depresyon. Kahit na kumikita na akong malaki dahil sa pagiging isang talent manager, depressed pa rin ako. In fact, suicidal. Kahit na tanggap ako ng mga tao sa paligid ko, naging suicidal pa rin ako. Kahit na hindi ako discriminated, suicidal pa rin ako. Pero nakilala ko ang Panginoong Jesus at nang ang will na niya ang sinunod ko, imbis na ang sarili kong hilig, nang ang disenyo na niya sa akin ang isinabuhay ko, dahan-dahang nawala ang depresyon at suicidal tendencies ko. Ganyan ang karanasan ng dumadaming mga sexually disoriented people na nakakakilala sa Panginoon. Nahihil ang depression, addictions at suicidal tendencies. Ang SOGIE bill daw ay naglalayong protektahan ang mga karapatan ng LGBTQIA, etc. Pero paano naman ang karapatan ng mga R? Ano yung R? Mga redeemed. Yun yung mga katulad naming tumalikod na sa buhay bakla. Bakit nang basahin ko ang proposed bill na to, tila ang karapatan lang ng LGBTQIA ang pinoprotektahan? Bakit kaming mga R ay pinagbabawalan na mag-share ng aming mga karanasan? Bawal na naming sabihin na hindi will ni God ang homosexuality. Baka daw ma-offend ang LGBTQIA at pag na-offend sila, pwede kaming makulong ng 6 to 10 years at multahan ng 500,000 pesos. Bakit ganon? Na-offend lang, 10 years na. Ang frustrated murder nga dito sa Pilipinas, parang 6 years lang ata. Direktor ako ng pelikula at tungkulin namin na pumuna ng iba't ibang sektor sa lipunan. Bakit sa SOGIE bill na ito, pinagbabawalan ang media na maka-offend sa mga LGBT? Kung may mga sensitive na LGBT ang ma-offend, pwede kaming ipakulong at multahan na naman. Aba, hindi ba salungat yan sa mga sagradong salita na nakasaad sa konstitusyon na walang batas na ipatutupad na magkakait sa freedom of speech? Di po ba? At ano tong provision sa SOGIE bill na hindi pwedeng arestuhin ang mga LGBTQ regardless of legal or factual basis? Section 5, letter K. Bale, pag may nagawang krimen ng LGBTQ, hindi sila pwedeng arestuhin dahil baka daw kaya sila inaaresto dahil LGBTQ sila at dinidiscriminate kahit na may legal or factual basis para arestuhin sila. Akala ko ba walang special privileges ang batas na to? Lahat ng sektor ng lipunan ay pwedeng maaresto pag may legal at factual basis. Lahat ng sektor ng lipunan pwede i-criticize kahit na ma-offend sila, wag lang libelous. Bakit bukod tangi ang proteksyon ng batas na ito sa mga LGBTQ? Huwag kayong magkamaling isipin na galit kami sa mga LGBTQ community, kaya tutol kami sa SOGIE.
Director Cesar, rounding up.
Sandali lang po, ma'am. Napakat ako last time eh.
Director Cesar,
Sandali lang po, ma'am, please.
uh,
Gusto ko lang po
rounding up.
sabihin,
Thank you very much.
Alam nyo, kaya namin ginagawa to, kaya kung kami nagmamatapang, kahit na mabash kami, kasi popular ngayon ang, at saka matindi magbash ang mga LGBTQ eh. Hindi po talaga ang discrimination sa amin. Alam nyo, kaya namin ginagawa ito kasi kami, nakaranas kami na ma-redeem, na wala yung suicidal tendencies namin, na wala yung depression namin, na wala yung sexual addiction namin, at gusto lang namin i-share yan sa inyo dahil mahal din kayo ng Panginoon. Lahat ng mga LGBTQ dito, lahat tayo dito, mahal tayo ng Panginoon at gusto namin iparanas sa inyo ang pagmamahal na yan. Kaya please, hindi ito usapin na kung sino ang tama o mali, kung kasalanan ba, kung pupunta ka sa impyerno o hindi. Ito po ay usapin na mahal kayo ng Diyos. Kaya po namin ginagawa ito.
Thank you very
Bakit po
much,
kayo
Director
na
Cesar.
mga LGBTQ IA dito ay mahal ng Diyos.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am. We love
Thank you,
and
Lord.
bless you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Director
Maybe
Cesar.
allowed to interpolate, please.
Yes, Representative Avante. But before you proceed, may we just recognize other members of the House who are present. We have here Representative Salon from General Santos City. Welcome, comrade. And also we have online Representative Marie Bernadette Escudero from the 1st District of Sorsogon, as well as Representative Jocelyn Tulfo from the ACT-CIS party list. Please proceed, Representative Avante.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Gusto ko lang po tanungin si Mr. Buendia, nung kayo po ay kasalukuyang LGBT pa, naniniwala ba kayo na pinanganak kayong LGBT?
Hindi po. Hindi po. Alam niyo po ang pagiging bakla at pagiging lesbian, etc. ay hindi po inborn. Sa pagkakaranasan po at sa karami ng namin sa grupo na na-interview ko po, ang sexual disorientation ay isang acquired taste. Acquired taste po yan, natututunan through the years. Kung sabihin yung bata pa kami, oo, totoo, bata pa kami kasi meron na kaming na-orient na kami sa isang lipunan na disoriented na ang sexuality.
Bishop Buendia, pakipaliwanag nga po yung acquired taste.
Acquired taste, una, tutuksuhin ka, sasabihin bakla ka. Tapos pag bakla ka, maiisip mo na bakla ka. Pag naisip mo na bakla ka, baka isipin mo, baka nga ako bakla. Matikman nga. Pag natikman mo at nagustuhan mo, magiging part na yan ng pagkatao mo. Pag paulit-ulit mo na tinikman at nagustuhan. Yung iba naman, bata, may kilala kami, 4 years old, nire-rape ng uncle. Nire-rape ng uncle 4 years old. Siyempre, madidisorient ang sexuality nun. Kaya paglaki niya, akala niya, yun ang sex.
Ibig sabihin, Chairperson, natututunan ng mga bakla ang kanilang pagiging bakla.
Opo, parang natutunan mo rin kumain ng dinuguan. Pag na-introduce ka sa dinuguan sa pagkabata, matututo kang magkahilig sa dinuguan. Hindi po yan inborn, wala pong gay gene. There is
Chairperson,
no gay gene.
Chairperson, gusto ko lang tanungin ang ating source speaker. Kung nung siya ay LGBT pa, nakaranas ka ba ng discrimination sa mga straight na katulad ng heterosexuals?
Meron po pa hindi masyado. Hindi po
Anong ibig sabihin?
dahilan para ako'y maging depressed. Kaya po ako naging depressed dahil sumasalungat ako sa disenyo ng katawan ko, sa disenyo na ginawa sa akin ng Panginoon. Kaya ako na-depressed kasi kinokontra ko yung naturalesa ko bilang isang tao. Yun po ang source ng depression. Mali po na sabihin ng depression ay dahil lamang sa discrimination. Nakakatulong yon. Pero ang discrimination ay galing po sa pagsalungat mo sa iyong tunay na sexualidad. At hindi po solusyon ang isang batas para mawala ang depresyon ng isang batas laban sa diskriminasyon para mawala ang depresyon ng isang tao.
Chairperson, sa Buendia, ibig sabihin, yung pagiging babae, hindi pwedeng baguhin yan. Chairperson, no? Kung pagiging lalaki, hindi pwedeng baguhin yan. Pero yung pagiging bakla, pwedeng baguhin.
Hindi ho pwedeng baguhin kahit na anong sexualidad. Ang pagiging babae mo at lalaki, kahit po mag-hormones ka, kahit pa, yung mga bata po ngayon, alam nyo ba ang hormones ngayon? Ang pills na bibili na lang sa sari-sari store at binibili yan ng napakaraming mga batang akala nila bakla sila. At hindi pa sila nakakapag-desisyon, pero inom sila ng pills. Napaka-dangerous po niyan. Karamihan po sa kanila nagkakaroon ng alopecia, nakakalbo, at pwede ka magka-cancer dahil sa sobrang hormonal intake.
Mr. Chairperson, ibig sabihin ito, ang pagiging bakla, nung naging bakla ka, hindi yan love kundi lust.
I definitely, hindi po talaga, it's a sexual preference. That is why ako, Bishop, hindi ko tatawagin, never ako, sa ngayon sasabihin ko, never ako naging LGBTQ. Nagkaroon lang ako ng preference ng buhay, isinabuhay ko lang ang buhay bakla, pero as an identity, I was never an LGBTQ. I have always been a man. My biological makeup, my genetic makeup, kahit na anong hormones ang inumin ko, kahit na magpaputol ako ng gawa, kahit nga ilang dede ang ipalagay ko sa dibdib ko, lalaki pa rin ako. Hindi ko mababaliktad at masasalungat ang nilikha ng Panginoon.
Mr. Chairperson, therefore,
Amen.
naniniwala ka, Mr. Buendia, na ang pagiging bakla is totally sexual preference.
It's sa akin po, hindi ko naman na sexual lang siya. It's a product of the mind. Dahil ang tao po ay dinidevelop at naniniwala. Naniniwala po ako na ang kabaklaan ay tulad ng isang relihiyon. Ito ay isang paniniwala. Naniniwala ka na bakla ka. Naniniwala ka na hindi ka lalaki. Kaya ang isa sa buhay mo ay ang buhay bakla. Ngayon, dapat po yata payagan tayo na mag-minister sa mga kabataan. Dapat po yata tayo, kasi po dito sa law na to, parang hindi na kami papayagan na mag-minister eh. Dahil baka daw ma-offend ang mga LGBTQ. Kailangan po, tuturuan namin bakit ang batas na to sa tingin ko, hindi lang siya nagpoprotekta ng mga LGBTQ. Ang batas na ito ay nag-encourage ng homosexuality by teaching the options to the children at such a young age. They are given a choice na para bang nagmo-multiple choice. Kami mga nakilala kong bata, ang sabi nila, baka ako ay B, baka ako ay G. Hindi nila alam at parang kung nasisip nila, sabi niya, kung B ako, baka nga, kasi tinuro yan sa klase eh, na bisexual ako, masubukan nga. At pag nasubukan niya, ma-orient siya dun sa sexualidad na yon. At pag na-orient siya sa sexualidad na yon, matitrain ang mind niya na yun ang kanyang identity, which is farthest from the truth.
Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Buendia. In your statements right now, are you being discriminatory of the LGBTQ?
No, we are doing this because we love the children. We love the children. We don't want them to go through what we went through when we were young. It's so painful. It's so difficult to be disoriented as a child. Lalo na nung gagawin mo na ang batas na to, i-encourage pa yung mga bata, tinuturo pa sa mga eskwelahan. We don't want them to go through what we went through. It's so hard. And we want to tell them that there's a way out. It's through Jesus Christ. When I came to know Jesus Christ, He taught me my true identity. I am the Son of God. I am His child.
Mr. Chairperson, when was the time that you begin to realize that homosexuality is not only wrong, but a sin against God?
I had to ask myself, I had so much money. I had all the boys I could get. The boys were the ones approaching me because I had so much money. But why was I so depressed when I would go home from the concert of my band? Hindi ako makikipag-sex muna ako sa kung saan. Tapos mga 3:00 na ng madaling araw, magpa-park ako sa isang gasolinahan. Dahil ayaw kong umuwi. Dahil ang tanong ko sa sarili ko, bakit ang lungkot-lungkot ko? May depression eh. At hiningi ko sa Diyos, Panginoon, tama
Mr.
ko.
Representative Avante, may I also,
I still have about 2 or 3 questions. That's it.
may I take over and then I will give it to you.
Go ahead.
afterwards.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for sharing your personal experience. As I said, it's very personal and it's really touching how you have found your personal redemption through Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. But I am also from the LGBTQ plus community, and I did not undergo that kind of depression. I grew up in a family of originally 3 boys. Kakilala nga ni Representative Avante yung aking late father, Tony Roman, and also my mother, former Representative Melo
Very good
Roman.
friend of mine.
Yes, kamukha nyo nga with the bigot and everything. Kaya lagi akong natutulala pag nakikita ko kayo. Anyway, so my experience was different. And this is just my personal experience that I do not want to extrapolate to everyone. Meaning to say, personal ko to experience, I was fortunate, and I will not say that.
By the way, Chairperson, we
Yes.
was about the cabbage, ha?
What do you mean,
Quadruple
cabbage?
bypass din kami.
All right.
And the same doctors.
Anastasia.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, kaya pala pareho kayong pogi. Oh, di ba? So
Naging
what I want to say,
discussion.
what I want to say is that this is just my personal experience. And since you shared it, I also want to share my experience. 3 boys kami originally. And we grew up practically the same conditions, same education, same love, acceptance, yung mga petty quarrels among brothers. Pero sa totoo lang, different ako. Different ako yung middle child, and I was very feminine from the start. I didn't know it was called feminine or masculine. Basta alam ko lang, I enjoy playing with dolls. Ayoko yung company ng mga male cousins ko. Ayoko yung naglalaro ng rough sports. Talagang natural tendency ko is really dolls. And you can see it naman when you fake a certain behavior. Ito lang yung natural. And I have no idea na masculine pa yun, feminine. Alam ko lang I was enjoying myself and I was feeling comfortable. But then again, like all concerned parents, my parents started telling me, "Hoy, Jerry, wag namang ganyan. Wag ka na. Ito na lang, itong ano, haharap na nila sa akin yung truck, haharap nila sa akin yung doll." Eh wala talaga, panay doll ang pinipili ko. Pero they were never nasty to me. I was not the victim of rape, incestuous rape, sexual harassment. I'm fortunate and I empathize with you, no? And as I grew up, doon ang start. Kasi nga, I also went to the Ateneo. Siyempre, children can be very cruel and even teenagers. So that was when the questioning started and the unhappiness started. The unhappiness was not growing up in my family and being who I was or who I am, but rather because of the bullying I experienced. Even in high school, no? Diyan medyo matindi na kasi nga so great was the discomfort that my mindset and my heart, and nobody was teaching me, hoy, babae ka. On the contrary, everybody was reminding me I was male biologically and everything, and I had a hard time reconciling how I felt and how I thought, my ways of thinking, which for me were the most natural things in the world. And also witnessing how people could not accept me. And I remember once in high school, Representative Avante, ito revelation time na, I was subjected to kind of a lot of bullying talaga sa Ateneo. The best families, it happens in the best schools. Ganun talaga siguro mga teenager, no? Pero ngayon, humingi na sila ng tawad and we're best of friends, they're very gentlemanly to me. Even the Jesuits, they protected me so much. Si Brother Dan, nahuli niya, dinidiscriminate ako, binubully ako. And he spoke to the people who were committing that. And he gave me sound advice, which was to excel academically, which I did. And from then on, everything was smooth sailing. Nire-respeto ako. But nothing changed within me. Kung ano yung Jerry nung maliit, hanggang ngayon dito pa rin ako. Tawag nila feminine, tawag nila, I don't know. But this is just me. This is who I am. I mean, I was never conditioned to be like this. Otherwise, if that were true, if it's a product of my rearing, it's a product of how my parents taught me, edi sana yung mga kapatid ko, mga LGBTQ plus din. They're happily married and they have children. Sabi ko nga sa mga kapatid ko, my God, you're so lucky. If it were a choice for me na pipiliin ko maging katulad ng mga kapatid ko. Kasi ang hirap na nagdaanan ko. Pipiliin ko. But you know what? I cannot fake it. Tomorrow, if I appear to you with a mustache, I think you won't believe it, right? Tayo lang ang maglolokohan nun. I'm speaking from personal experience. So, sabi ko, kung ako naging may choice, I would choose. Kasi ang hirap ng world of discrimination eh. But I asked myself, ano ba dapat ang baguhin? Yung realidad ko, which has been insistent, persistent, and consistent, o yung patterns of discrimination, nakita ko naman nagbabago. New generations are very respectful. New generations are very kind to one another, not because they are tolerant or they want to go against the religious beliefs, but simply because of compassion and kindness. So that said, my personal experience is that it was not a choice. My only choice was what to do with it, whether to accept myself or to continuously struggle, no? I am not addicted sexually. I am not engaged in exploitation. I had a partner of 25 years, a Spanish man, a cameraman who was very good, very decent, treated me. He was a gentleman to me. Kaya nga lang na-victimize kami ng pandemya. Yung aming LDR did not survive. But that's life. It happens to everyone and we just move on. What I wanted to say is this. I'm happy for you. And I'm glad that you're able to share with us your experience. And I want to reassure you that according to the bill, it is specified religious speech is not to be considered discriminatory because we are fully cognizant of our constitutional right to freedom of religion, to believe in what you want to believe in and to express it. You will not be prosecuted nor penalized for sharing your faith. But of course, nasa na yan, basic rules of humanity. I mean, if you're with somebody and all of a sudden you want to share, sometimes that is called unsolicited advice. And that sometimes can cause conflict, but that is your personal decision. But you will not be prosecuted based on the current version of this legislative measure. Sabi ko nga, you can believe what you want to believe in. You can believe that I'm a sinner, that I'm errant, I'm perverse. You can believe according to your, I don't know, your religious beliefs na ako'y anak ni Satanas or what have you. But ibang usapan when you overstep that freedom and infringe on my constitutional rights to work, to study, to receive services from the government, or to access commercial and public establishments. And also when you share about Jesus Christ, I believe in Jesus Christ, I'm a Catholic. So do you also prescribe Jesus Christ to our Muslim brothers and sisters who are of the LGBTQ plus experience? May I ask, Cesar?
What is the question?
Do you also prescribe Jesus Christ to our
Yes.
Muslim brothers and sisters who are gay and lesbian?
I haven't encountered that situation, but I would.
You would.
I would, respecting their faith also.
Okay.
May I respond to what you've been saying?
Yes, please proceed.
You know, I am very happy that you're happy. I'm very happy that you're happy, but not everybody experiences what you have. At ang problema po kasi yung mga marami na nakaka-experience ng naranasan namin ay hindi makakarinig kung bubusalan nyo kami. Ang example po
I just said that we will not infringe on your freedom of
religious
speech.
beliefs.
No, speech. You can talk about it.
Talking about religious speech. I'm talking about the provision wherein the mass media is prohibited from offending the LGBTQ community. Bali po, bawal kami ang mga direktor na katulad ko na magsalita sa mass media ng isang opinion na isang kritisismo dahil offend, ha?
Tulad ng, can you give me a statement that you think might be considered offensive or?
Sabihin ko po na hindi healthy ang pagiging bakla.
It happens.
Yes.
And you will still be recognized as freedom of speech. That's protected also.
Pero po dito sa bill na to, pinagbabawalan kaming maka-offend at pwede kaming mademanda. Nandun po, sa bill po.
Can you cite?
Yung sa mga media po, sa media po. Sa version nyo po, ma'am.
Advertising, producing, and publishing in the media and educational textbook and other medium that has the effect of promoting, encouraging, perpetuating stigma, inciting violence and sexual abuse. Okay, with that statement, have you incited to violence or sexual abuse against any person?
No,
Or-
but I may in the future make films, direct films that may tend to say that may stigma, na magkakaroon ng stigma.
For example?
Kunyari nga, sabihin ko na hindi healthy ang experience na yan. Na pwedeng magkasakit.
For it to be stigma, there has to be a misconception that already exists.
Ma'am,
For example, to say that all LGBTQ plus are HIV positive, that is a stigma. Okay.
Ma'am, that
But
provision
unhealthy-
is broad.
I mean,
can
unhealthy is not a description that is only applied to LGBT. Smoking is unhealthy. I mean, that's not stigma, is it? Or I don't know. I don't know if
Ma'am, that provision in the bill, in the proposed bill, can be misinterpreted, and we cannot be nebulous in our laws. Dapat that provision should be stricken out because we do not have
Okay, we
actually
take
that we
note.
are supposed to
we take note
control.
of that. Okay, except
And
of
I already
course,
said that before.
excuse me, I'm talking here.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
So definition of terms and stigma.
Okay, definition of terms and stigma is letter R. Okay. Stigma refers to the dynamic devaluation and dehumanization of an individual in the eyes of others, which may be based on attributes that are arbitrarily defined by others as discreditable or unworthy, which result in discrimination when acted upon. Dynamic devaluation and humanization. Nevertheless, we take note of your very concrete suggestion to strike down letter A. We take note of that. Of course, we must insist that inciting to violence, I'm sure you agree, na dapat patayin ng mga LGBT, dapat sila mabugbog.
I
or
wouldn't say
sexual-
that.
Oh
I wouldn't
yes,
say
of course. I'm happy that you agree with that. Cannot be removed.
Dapat buhayin.
Buhayin.
Buhayin sila para sa pamamagitan ng pagpapakilala sa kanila sa Panginoong Jesus.
Okay, we take note of that. Okay, are there any more? Would you like to continue?
Yes, I'd like to continue, Chairperson, my interpellation here. Mr. Buendia, you were a practicing homosexual when you were homosexual, right?
Very much so.
But you're not anymore.
No more.
You believe now, whether it be the Constitution or the highest lowest divine law, there are only two genders in the world, and that is male and female.
Definitely.
And you do not believe that there is actually discrimination on the LGBTQ.
I believe that the LGBTQ is discriminated, but not all the time. I'm just saying that the discrimination itself is not the source of depression. Because the argument here is that the SOGIE bill is being introduced to prevent discrimination, to prevent depression among the LGBTQ. Kung sana yung discrimination ang dahilan ng depression at ng suicidal tendencies, okay yun. Kaso sa aking analysis, sa aking experience, sa aming marami nang nakilala, kahit na hindi ka discriminated, dahil dito naman sa Pilipinas, hindi all the time discriminated ang bakla eh. Encouraged pa nga, celebrated. Pero hindi depressed. Hindi pa rin na-depressed kahit encouraged and celebrated.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to reiterate as an author of this bill that my objective is not ultimately to prevent depression. I am not a psychologist. My objective is to protect Filipinos, whether straight or of the LGBTQ plus experience, from discrimination. Thank you very much for sharing your personal experience. Bishop Director Cesar Buendia, I think I have already given you ample time. Your
Yes, ma'am.
point is very clear.
One statement lang po.
You know what, if I keep on giving,
One statement lang po.
okay, sige, pagbibigyan kita kasi,
Opo. Salamat
Okay.
po. Huwag niyo kaming busalan kasi parte kami ng solusyon. Maraming nasasagip sa depression at saka sa suicide dahil sa pag-share namin. Kaya wag niyo kaming busalan. Salamat po.
okay, thank you very much. With that, I want to reiterate that religious speech does not constitute a discriminatory act. In fact, it is in the perfect exercise of your constitutional right to freedom of religious belief and, of course, freedom of speech. At this point, I would like to first recognize our congressmen who are present also. We have Representative Tof de Venecia. We also have Representative Franz Castro from the ACT Teacher Party List. And we shall proceed with our next resource person. Pagbibigyan ko po kasi meron po siyang flight ng alauna, of course, our friend Bishop Noel Pantoja. Please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Geraldine Roman. Salamat po. And kababayan from Bataan and Olongapo. Maraming salamat po. And thank you for the privilege to be heard. Sa mahaba pong mga hearings ay sinasabi ang simbahan ay bigot, judgmental at anti-LGBTQ. For thousands of years, Madam Chair, the church has served the whole humanity. And we are there during your baptisms, and we are always present in every memorial services. So from cradle to grave, we are here to love, embrace, and care for humanity unconditionally. Gusto ko lang pong sabihin, God hates discrimination. Christianity hates discrimination. The Bible and the church does not support or tolerate any form of discrimination. Yan po ang katotohanan. As Filipinos, we are inherently a godly nation and God-fearing culture. And this is through the guide of our conscience. Ito po ay bigay sa atin ng Panginoong Diyos. But because we have the Bible, we have the Holy Book. Ito po ang nag-guide sa atin. 4 things lang po, Madam Chair, in bullet points. And thank you. Why we disagree with the bills? And some, if I may, recommendations or suggestions and call to our committee. Na dito po ay ipinresent namin yung aming joint statement from Christian churches, para churches, and other faith-based organizations. Our organization is composed of 81 denominations, 55,000 local churches, and we are close to 10 million people in the country. Number 1 po, we point out, firstly, that the SOGIE bills will result in the legalization of same-sex marriages. Ito po ang ating apprehension. They are bills that intend to affect a same-sex marriage law, using HBN 222 as the main bill. In this statement, Section 5H1, for example, will grant same-sex couples the right to demand equal treatment in the grant of marriage licenses, etc. Okay po. Number 2 po, we also object, secondly, to the SOGIE bills because they will destroy religious freedom when they prohibit the publication and circulation of materials such as the Bible. We teach the Bible, we preach the Bible, and we do write other religious writings because kung ito po ay hindi pa hihintulutan dahil sa these materials define human genders or sexes to consist only of male and female, these declare that active homosexual relations are wrong.
Can I
or
have that
immoral.
section again, Bishop
Yes po.
Pantoja? Ano yung yung Bible?
Number 2,
Opo, nandun sa kanya yung health.
to the SOGIE bills because they will destroy religious freedom when they prohibit the publication and circulation of materials such as the Bible and other religious writings because these materials define human genders or sexes to consist only of male and female, or that these declare that active homosexual relations are wrong or immoral. Iyon
Bishop
po ay
Pantoja?
sorry,
Yes. Can you cite, yes, section, yes.
5A and 5N
5A, 5M.
will result in the repression of freedom of conscience, belief, and expression. And they will imprison pastors like me.
5A.
Madam Chair, the priests, the pastors, the church workers, the NGO workers, the campus ministers, the counselors, teachers, parents, and ordinary lay people who will refer to any published material, including the Bible, to stand on their belief regarding homosexual practices.
Okay.
If I may po, thirdly.
Yes,
kasi
just a
for
moment.
Opo.
I would like to recognize Representative Rida Robes from the San Jose del Monte City Loan District. Welcome. Please continue, Bishop Pantoja. You know what? I'm trying to find that particular provision to see if kung talagang pagbabawal yung Bible, which for me would be a great
Yes.
error. Hindi po pwede yan kasi nga ano yan? That's the Bible, right?
Thank you.
Oo, thank you.
po.
Wala
And
pa-
thirdly, if I may,
Baka yung sa ano, publication. Please continue.
yes po. The third objection to the SOGIE bills for depriving parents of their constitutional right and primary duty to raise their children according to their beliefs. Under Section 5B, ano po, parents cannot insist that their male children behave according to what the family believes are male behavior and customs. Likewise, for female children. Under the bills, children can insist that their sex or gender.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Bishop Pantoja,
Yes po.
may you please indicate to us ano pang version ng bill yan? Kaninang bill yan? Kasi hinahanap ko dito, wala talaga akong makita.
Opo.
Ay, baka luma na yan.
Ito po ay HBN 222,
Akin yan, pero hindi naman.
June 30, 2022.
Okay, let's start with the issue of the Bible na pagbabawal.
Oh,
The
Sec-
person,
It doesn't
I think-
have the
I
word
think
Bible.
they are referring on section 5,
Yes,
discriminatory practices, letter A.
okay.
Yes.
Advertising,
Letter A.
producing, and
Other medium,
Other medium. Yes.
and the Bible can be a medium. And then also,
we can actually place a caveat there,
oh,
except religious media, for example, except religious media.
also, Chairperson, letter L, publishing information, and the Bible is information. Letter M, engaging in public speech, which means that the only way for the Bible to be declared is in public speech.
Representative Avante, could you repeat the previous item again?
Okay, number one is section 5, letter
M.
A.
Yes, okay, address. I wanted to include yung, but we will deal with this at technical working group, but except religious media, for example.
And then letter L and letter M.
Letter L. L, publishing information intended to out or reveal. Okay, publishing to out or reveal the sex or SOGIE as if a person. Ito yung mga, when you say, when we want to out, this is what you call first outing. Na sa media kasi, lalo na yung sa mga showbiz, at saka yung mga blind items ng mga political
That's right,
commentary.
Chairperson, but the Bible is part of the media.
Yes,
That's
but
part, and it's the only
does the
way for
Bible
it to be
reveal, for
declared.
example, the sexual orientation, gender identity of ex-politicians? Sasabihin, ay, ang politiko na yan, bakla, or ganito. This is what it means, no? To out or reveal the sex or SOGIE. Ang pag-out does not referring to homosexuality is a sin or not. It is outing na, or it's a form of discrimination because we believe that once sexual orientation is a personal matter, unless you want to come out in the public. I mean, no one has the right na sabihin, ay, backlash.
Chairperson, I just would like to request that we review this.
Yes, we are. And I appreciate these comments, no? We can also implicitly exclude the Bible, although I'm trying to think of a Bible verse that will out somebody who is living at this moment. Nasasabihin, ay bakla si ganito, bakla si ganyan, kung hindi naman nagko-confirm ng sexual orientation. Sabihin, ay bakla si X or si actress Y, no? Lesbian siya. This is what it means, Pastor Pantoja.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
the last.
the last po, we furthermore object to the SOGIE bills because its many provisions confuse and put everyone on the defensive, including law enforcers. For example po, Section 5R penalizes anyone who will not accord respect and deference to a person's preferred identity or orientation, regardless of their physical appearance or biological sex. Suppose a person believes that a biological male should be treated as male, but the male requires that the person treat him as a female. In that
Bishop
case,
Pantoja, I have here letter R of section 5.
Ayaw nila.
Subjecting a person to any analogous acts
Hindi ko nabasa yung SOGIE
that
bill.
shall have the effect or purpose of impairing or nullifying the enjoyment, recognition, or exercise of a person's rights and freedoms. I do not see that what you're reading. Old version yan, di kaya? We take note. We take note and later on we'll
Yes,
listen to the police
yes,
force.
so
Shall we wrap up? Bishop?
So the proposed penalties in the bills privilege anyone claiming to belong to an LGBT sector with rights higher than much of the population, and potentially making the LGBT sector immune to arrest while putting the burden of proving lack of criminal intent to discriminate on everybody else. Therefore po, in conclusion, we see, and there's big apprehension on the religious sector that the SOGIE bill is not fair to everyone. It seeks to polarize the population. It divides the population, which is the unity call of this administration. Magkaisa po tayo. At so itong bill na ito, it polarizes, it divides the population, and open the way for the persecution of those who believe that people are born male or female and that one's gender at birth is an arbitrary assignment that is fluid and changes moment by moment. Congress cannot provide justice to some in the LGBT sector, being unjust to the others, particularly the religious sector. Indeed, many in the Christian community who are struggling or former LGBTs like kanina po, yung binanggit ni Cesar, will end up in prison should they reach out in love to others by proclaiming the message of healing and
I
completeness.
think I already addressed that,
Yes,
and I
po.
gave the assurances that nothing in this bill will actually allow the prosecution of those who are sharing their faith.
Yes po.
Especially kung napakagandang intention, we can see naman maganda. And of course, I'm sure you'll be wise enough that you will not be talking to every LGBTQ plus that you see along the road or in out of, kung hindi naman proper yung occasion. I don't know, makita mo na, yung pala, hindi pala LGBT.
International organization.
It's going to be a
If
problem.
I may just clarify that.
In closing, we propose that Congress strengthen the current laws against violence and discrimination in their implementation. We wish to see our society genuinely conduct conversations not through an ideology that seeks to push out God, Christ, healing, and religious beliefs and conscience from public conversations. Instead, our people's plea for help to all po.
Thank you very much, Bishop Pantoja. Very interesting,
I have a
particularly yung specific provisions. That's how I like it, para ma-address natin.
three
Yes,
questions
Bishop Avante.
lang, Chairperson. Bishop Pantoja, when you speak of the church, do you speak of a general term as a church, or do you particularly refer to the evangelical born-again community?
I belong to the evangelical community. But when I talk about the church, this is the ecclesia, everybody who believes in Jesus Christ as Savior and Lord, and everybody who fears the Lord. Alam po ninyo, ang Diyos, ini-reveal niya yung sarili niya sa atin, not only on the preaching and the pulpit, but through God's creation, God revealed Himself. And lahat po ng natatakot sa Diyos, umiibig sa Diyos, at kumikilala sa Panginoong Jesucristo, ito po ang simbahan. Hindi ito isang organization. This is not
Not a religion.
not a religion.
Okay.
Representative Avante,
Chairperson,
may I just recognize our colleague, Representative Gaston Bunting from the 2nd District of Parañaque. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Chairperson, second question would be this, no? The Pope already made a statement in which they accept the LGBTQ and they ought not to be discriminated upon. Therefore, if the particular Roman Catholic Church made the statement, wala nang discrimination, am I right, Chairperson? There's no more. Because to us, in the Christian, in the evangelical community, Madam Chairperson, if we have to really, consider it, there is not much any discrimination among us. I do not see any discrimination among the evangelical born-again community. But most of the discrimination comes from Catholic schools. But then, because of the statement of the Roman Catholic Church, therefore, there is no more discrimination. And because of that, there is no need for this bill.
Non sequitur, does not follow. When you say that there should be no discrimination, it is not a magical formula that can be said and discrimination will disappear. In the same way that when you say that there should be no homosexuality, according to your belief system, does not mean that homosexuality does no longer exist. In an ideal world, sana, I think that's more an expression of hope and a declaration of principle rather than a statement of reality. Nevertheless, tama ang sabi nyo, Representative Avante, different religions, different pananaw. Last week, we listened to the Iglesia Filipina Independiente, and they have very inclusive policies wherein they even accept among their ranks, kahit sa kanilang clergy, ang people from the LGBTQ community. We even met a trans seminarista. But before I continue, I'd like to recognize the presence of Representative Siti Amina Limaporo. Welcome. And also via Zoom, Representative Gloria Labad-Labad from Labad-Labad from the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Norte.
Chairperson, just one question. I'm off with this. No? So Bishop Pantoja, do you believe that there is no need for this bill? And I would like to ask from you just an explanation why there is no need for this bill to become a law.
As I have mentioned initially when we read all the bills, my fear, my apprehension. But in our understanding, our present constitutional provisions included na po yung protection ng ating batas sa bawat lalaki, babae, at sa lahat ng Pilipino. And that would include
May I interject, Bishop Pantoja? Since you are citing the Constitution, does this Constitution specify what constitutes a discriminatory act? Simple yes or no would suffice.
Ang sinasabi ko po, in our Constitution, all Filipinos are protected already. And we also have the Family Code that specifically
No, the Constitution does not say we are protected. The Constitution says we should be protected, which are two different things. I want to clarify that. Okay, So if your proposition is that if we should be protected, okay, if there is an act of discrimination, we are already covered by the Constitution. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so may I throw back the question at you? Can you cite a constitutional provision or statement that actually defines what discrimination is? Does
Well-
it say a discrimination is when you take into account irrelevant factors concerning a person in the admission, I don't know, an XYZ institution? Does it specify?
I cannot cite any specific.
Because there is no.
Opo.
There is none, actually. What it is a declaration of principles. This is the reason why we are here present in Congress, trying to promulgate and draft enabling laws. Does the Constitution also specify which penalties are be meted to the violators of such acts of discrimination? Does it? Does it say, okay, 1,000 peso fine, 2,000 peso fine, 5 days, I don't know. Community service, does it?
Well, in as a layman, po, with regards to the Constitution, of course, our expertise is different.
Yes, and I will
on the Bible.
enlighten you that it does not. Therefore, we are here in Congress to come up with laws called enabling laws. Kasi the Constitution, Professor Lebatad, agree ka ba? The Constitution is not self-executory. Am I making a correct statement?
Yes, Your Honor, it is not executing.
Okay,
So that it's just a principle. We still need an enabling law.
okay, I fully agree with you. And I think all of us legislators agree with that. So please refrain.
Chairperson,
Let me finish my statement.
I'd like
And
to
please
question
refrain.
that.
May I just finish my statement, Representative?
Just
Abante?
one word, because
I will
she
finish
used
my
the word
statement.
self-executing.
I may just finish my statement. Okay. This is the reason why we are here in Congress. And we have to define and promulgate the principles contained in the Constitution. Yes, Representative Abante.
I think that we ought to, when you said self-executing, that's a gray area. My goodness, the Constitution. The Constitution itself is executing. See, now we need an enabling law. That's right, Chairperson. An enabling law. But when you speak of the Constitution, it is self-executing. My goodness, what's that? You're a lawyer, am I right? Chairperson, you are a lawyer.
May I recognize Professor Lebatad? Please indicate your qualifications. Please indicate your qualifications and your experience. And
Yes, Your Honor, I teach international human rights law for the masteral program. And
excuse me, may Lebatad please answer my question before we continue?
yes, Your Honor, we're talking of the principles and
No, my
policies.
question is, what is your qualification? Are you a lawyer? Where did you graduate?
Yes, I'm a lawyer and of course I graduated from the University of the Philippines and have my LLM at the Yale Law School.
Yale Law School.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairperson,
please continue.
let me just say this. No, you are giving a legal opinion. You are, am I right?
May I,
Yes or no?
may I be
Chairperson,
recognized?
are you giving a legal opinion? When you say self-executing.
Yes, I will
Okay,
give
that's it.
a legal opinion. That is what we study in the College of Law. That when we talk of the policies and principles of the Constitution, we need an enabling law because it's a statement of belief. And we need to have a specific law to make that be realized.
Chairperson, I'm not allowing you to argue. You are not a part of Congress.
Ask Your Honor.
The thing is this, let me finish, okay? As I've said, you are giving a legal opinion. Now, when you speak of that, when you say enabling law, Yun, okay yun eh.
Maybe enabling laws.
Tanggapin mo, hindi ka opinion na sinasabi mo. When you say self-executing, I'm not a lawyer. But I understand law. Oh,
Your Honor, may I be recognized?
Yes, please, Professor Lim.
Yes,
There's the members of the House who want to interpolate to let our resource persons finish also.
yes. I'm not giving a legal opinion. It is a legal statement that we learn and we are taught based on jurisprudence in the constitutional law that the principles and policies are not self-executory, that we need enabling laws. And that is the logical conclusion because it's not self-executory, it's not self-executing. That's why we need an enabling law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam,
Yes, Representative Avante, Villanueva.
well, since we are reaching this point of legalities, may I request our Attorney Reyes to join us, being one of the resource persons. One of the resource persons because he's in a position to give some opinions on legality. At the same time, I invited the spokesman of the Visayan group, Mr. Stanley Flores.
Can you raise your hand, please?
yeah.
Thank you.
Would you please recognize him?
Yes, okay. Nagsalita na siya last time. We will follow the sequence if that's all right with you in the spirit of fairness. Kaya ko lang napagbigyan si Bishop Noel kasi lilipad na po siya. Bon voyage. Okay, so the next person in line we will have, with regard to the first attorney you mentioned, he is your chief of staff.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
But at the same time, he is also an active civic leader in
Yes.
Aklan in Visayas. So what I'm saying, Committee Chair, maganda na ang nararamdaman ko kanina na nag-open na tayong lahat.
Yes.
Malaman natin ang mga opinion ng lahat. Walang shortcut. Walang suppression of freedom of speech. Walang suppression ng freedom of expression.
Very
Kaya
constructive.
we are giving substance sa constitutional provisions on Bill of Rights. Ngayon, for the information of everybody, ang dami-daming specific laws implementing rules ang mga provisions sa Constitution. Halimbawa, pagdating sa labor, nandiyan ang labor code. Pagdating sa women, nandiyan ang Magna Carta of Women. Ang dami-daming mga specific laws giving ample protection to every sector. Why do we need to have an additional special law that will, I would say, harm and even destroy the basic human rights of other sectors? So my point is this, alam po ninyo, gusto ko lang magkaroon tayo ng maliwanag na exchange of ideas. Walang suppression. Wala yung 1 minute ka lang, 1 minute ka lang, 1 minute ka lang. This is a very important bill. This can change or destroy the nation as a whole. Kaya sa akin, kasi ako freedom fighter po ako eh. Nakulong ako 2 beses during martial law, no? Nagbago lang ang buhay ko. Sana igalang natin yung freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, at mga matitulo naman tayo eh. Ako natutuwa ako sa inyo kanina, yung open-minded ninyo, no? At napagbigyan ninyo si Mr. Buendia ba yun, ano? Maganda ang usapan. Sana ganoon, wala nang suppression. Yung pagpakinggan natin lahat. Ako, naniniwala ako sa isang bagay. Kung may marinig akong mas tama, I will believe that. Hindi ako panatiko eh. Hindi ko pinaglalaban ko isang bagay. Kahit na baluktot itutuwid ko. I'm just destroying myself. Ang nakataya ho rito, the internation. Kaya ho, gusto ko sana mapakinggan natin yung Visayan spokesman doon.
We will have the chance, Representative Villanueva. Kaya nga lang, within the committee, we have to maintain a certain order. I'm sure you understand. Also, in the interest of time, napakarami. It's not, kita nyo nga.
Kasi inapas ako na, sa Visayas eh.
We began.
Naman ako kay Mr. Stanley, no?
Chairperson, I just would like to
Si Peter Tanchi, Bishop Peter Tanchi aalis din.
Chairperson, I just would like to address again our very good lawyer from UP.
Please proceed.
You said legal statement. Now, there is even
in the case of Manila Prince Hotel versus KSIS, the court stated, in case of doubt, the Constitution should be considered self-executing rather than non-self-executing. So, ibig sabihin yan, hindi lahat ng provisions ng Constitution should have an enabling law. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Di ba? I mean, you're a very good lawyer. I respect you for that. But when you speak of a legal statement, that's your legal opinion. It shouldn't be taken an absolute statement.
May I
Noted. Please
recognize?
proceed,
Yes.
Mayor Lac.
Yes, all we're seeing here, Your Honor, is specifically with regard to equality because it did not define discrimination. Of course, there are those that are self-executory. For example, the arrest, search, and detention, that nobody can be arrested. So that is very clear. Although even that, we need rules and to guide those who will arrest. But yes, it is very clear. And just the same when it says no incommunicado, yes, that is self-executing. You cannot do that. But we're talking here of the SOGIE Equality Bill and the definition of equality, especially when it says equality between men and women. Of course, they had the binary concept, and it did not include the LGBTQI. And that's the reason why we wanted to clarify and also define what is discrimination. Because when you speak of equality, there are many definitions of equality.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you. Thank you for admitting that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
And please take note, Chairperson, that while you're admitting it, you are actually making a statement which is biased in this committee. Thank you very much.
Okay. Representative Villanueva, may I beg your indulgence.
Sir.
Pagbibigyan ko lang po si Bishop Peter Tanshi.
Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, I want to thank you and this group of men and women in our desire to perhaps have a better future for our country. So here are some of my concerns that I would like to share with you. I really thank God that in reality, my own opinion has been, I really think the Philippines have progressed a lot because the LGBTQ community, if you ask me, I've seen a lot of them become successful in politics, in showbiz. So for us, the discrimination may not be as bad as it sounds, okay? However, my concern is, I want to warn all the lawmakers here, let us be careful not to copy the West, nor copy Europe. Why? Because the reality of mutual respect and tolerance has been abused today. For me, the Bible teaches we are to respect one another, tolerate one another. However, it does not mean, if I respect you, you respect me, it does not mean I have to embrace your value. Respect means I honor you, I respect you, but I cannot force you to follow my value, nor can you force me to embrace your value. Am I correct? Yeah, in other words, it should be vice versa. I cannot force my value on you, nor can you force your value on us. The concern for this bill is, I can say this with full confidence, something that we need to be careful. When I say don't copy America or don't copy the West, because this is nothing new. If you study history, in the time of Nero, Emperor Caligula, when it comes to homosexuality, lesbian, this has been practiced worldwide. But many years ago, somebody came into this world to help us live a better life. And that is what I think our friend Cesar is talking about. Perhaps, is there a better option? My only concern is this. In our desire to protect, I believe we should always respect each other, but not impose. What do we mean? it will make us criminal. If I start based on the copies that I have here on the provision here, advertising, producing, publishing in the media, educational textbooks, other mediums, encouraging, perpetuating stigma. Notice the word stigma. If I say the Bible is very clear, people think the Bible is only against homosexuals. That's not true. The Bible is against thieves, covetous people, adulterers. So the Bible is very discriminatory. It tells us what is right, what is wrong.
We already addressed that, Bishop.
Correct.
But we said
So-
that from the committee, we will definitely indicate that religious media or religious speech are not to be considered
No, not
discriminatory.
religious media. For example, I'm an advocate of parenting. I have 22 grandchildren by the grace of God, okay? And in our counseling experience, we have seen people who are healthy and who are not healthy. In our desire to help people become healthy, the reality of following the Philippine culture of importance of family, respect for people, I think we should be careful in not copying the West. Can I tell you why? Because like today in Canada, Madam Chair, in Canada, if I were to counsel somebody that, hey, you should not have an operation, or perhaps that is not really your gender, I am criminalized. Because if there is vagueness in the law, stigma or discrimination, if this it's dangerous.
Bishop, may I suggest that you go to other points because we
Alright.
have taken note already. of
All right,
that point.
well, that is very important for us. So the parent and child freedom that I hope it does not infringe on our ability to teach our children what is man, what is woman, because we have our own belief. And lastly, I think, so this will save time. Perhaps this will help.
We intend to include in the declaration of policy that the right of parents to raise their children in accordance to their value system is to be respected. And I fully agree with that.
But
I
there's a,
fully agree with that. Kaya nga lang,
Sir,
syempre,
there is a clause here. It can be vague, huh? Because it says what is to the best interest of the child. So if the society believes the best interest of the child is to allow the child to express what he or she feels is her gender, and then the parents disagree, sabi ng parents. That's the vagueness of the bill. It is subject to interpretation. So who will now interpret what is best for my child? Society, the law? So I'm just saying, please be careful that we as a Filipino nation, God-fearing, just be careful of that. And this can probably help many of us. The nature of, okay. Okay, Chairperson. Just
yeah, suggestion for your concern. In the enforcement of this act, all due respect shall be accorded to the fundamental right of parents in the upbringing of their children in accordance with their religious convictions. Of course, we stay here. In all matters, the best interest of children shall be paramount. And this is a formula statement. It is always included in many bills. It's always the best interest of the child, even in
the
child
problem is,
custody,
Madam Chair.
in terms of, I don't know, adoption. It's always the best interest of the child. This is a legal formula that we lawmakers are careful to introduce. Of course, we have the courts to interpret these
that's where
laws,
the
and of
problem-
course the experts.
That's where the problem begins. When there's vagueness in the law.
Well, I do not see any problem when it comes to the best interest of the child in adoption, the best interest of the child in, I don't know, child custody. So far, we have no experience, and we also have jurisprudence to look at. In
I have
the,
an experience in the States where we were helping a family
okay,
where the state,
okay, we do not look down
Okay.
to the United States as a model.
good,
The SOGIE Equality Bill was first drafted in 1999 by Filipinos. There is no version of the anti-discrimination bill in the US or Europe that has been copied. This is actually drafted way back by Congresswoman Eta Rosales based on the experiences of actual discrimination. So I want to reassure you that this model, pa nga dapat ang kakopya sa atin kung sakali, ang West. Okay? So can we go to another point?
Chairperson, if I
Yes,
may also say
yes.
something here. I think that we should also look into this provision
We will.
because the best interest of children shall be paramount is quite vague, you know. That's clear. Now, this refers to discrimination. This refers to this bill, di ba? I mean, I do not believe that the state owns our children. I believe that the parents are stewards of our children. And until such time our children reach the majority age, they should be under the authority of their own parents.
Legally they are.
And therefore, this would be even against the Constitution on this area. So why don't we just,
Yes, we will consider that discussion. We will also appreciate if you have similar statements to, suggestions. Did you want to be recognized, Representative Villanueva?
yes, ma'am.
Can I finish
Please
my?
proceed.
Just like-
We will recognize Representative
No, I
Villanueva.
think we have to give way to
Okay,
Bishop.
we shall see.
Ano?
Bishop Tanchi.
No, because my question will be ultimately, what if we are invited in a talk show, not inside the church building, a talk show, and then we now cite what the Bible is saying, all right? Adulterers, thieves, covetous, homosexuals, lesbians will not inherit the kingdom of God. What will happen to us? If I want to be faithful to the word of God, by the way, at the end of the day, faith is a choice, right? To believe the Bible or not.
Yes,
That I can force
Bishop
people.
Tanchi.
What will happen?
Okay, may I just reiterate our assurance that religious speech is not to be penalized. Engaging in public speech except religious speech. So that is an expression actually of your belief, of your faith. So that is not to be prosecuted. Sabi
Yeah.
ko nga, you can believe what you want to believe in.
Yeah.
Really.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
the problem is in this one. It says,
I don't know what happened,
Materials,
but
non-profit.
we will clarify that. And definitely this chair is inclined. Ako, I do not want to infringe on your religious rights. In fact, pa nga, I have friends who actually do not agree with who I am or my decisions, but I still consider them friends.
Yeah.
Walang personalan yan. Pero
Wala.
iba naman yung pagkakait niya sa akin, yung aking karapatan. I don't know if I'm so qualified, tapos, I don't know. Anyway,
lastly,
yes,
I want
last
to
point.
confirm to everybody what Cesar is saying. We have countless people who had gender confusion in the past, but now they've been transformed, happily married. I have homosexuals married. I have lesbians who are married. By the grace of God, they are happy, joyful. But I cannot generalize for the sake of argument, just because it works for us, it works for everybody. But
Yes.
one thing I can give hope is the
Touche.
reality that there's good news. And all pastors, I think, Brother Eddie, I think we should let them know, we apologize in behalf. I want to apologize that when we give people the impression that we hate homosexual, lesbian, we ask you to forgive us. That is never what the Bible says. We are supposed to love everybody.
I love you for that.
No, I'm telling you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
to
you.
love everybody, we speak the truth in love, but we have to speak it nicely. So, Madam, rest my case.
Thank you very much, Bishop Tanchi, for raising those points. And rest assured, we will address all of them. Actually, we have so many things in common. And we will focus on those things and try to thresh out and come up with a very acceptable version. This is what I really appreciate, a free flow of ideas. We go back-
Thank you, Committee Chair.
Yes, did you want to intervene? And then I will recognize also Representative Salon. Yes, who hasn't had the chance to speak. Would you like to cede your turn?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to make some observations on the possible violation of constitutional provisions and other specific laws. But before that, may I request Attorney Reyes to give your legal opinion or whatever because of the infusion of some legal opinions of the other lawyers,
Yes.
please?
This is going to be quite lengthy, I foresee. So I will prioritize first our colleague, Representative Salon. So this is what's going to happen. I want you also to be very point by point, Attorney Traje, And then point by point will be answered by Professor Leo Batat, who is your colleague in the law practice. Okay, Representative Salon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, no, but the bill interests me. And, I wanted to learn more about it. Let me start by saying that I'm against all discrimination, especially when it comes to the LGBTQ. I have someone that I love, that's part of the community, and I could go as far as saying as I would give my life for this person. I love him. But maybe if I can speak from the point of view of not religion, but let's say a conservative person. Let's say I consider myself a conservative. In other words, I want to raise my children the way my parents raised me, the way my grandparents raised my parents, so on and so forth. I just want to, express that the final bill should not be discriminatory against conservatives. Diba? I'll give you an example. Let's say a school cannot be prejudiced against hiring members of the LGBTQ community. I understand that. Hindi talaga pwede. But let's say I'm a conservative parent and I don't want to send my child to a school that teaches that. For instance, kung lalaki yung anak ko, son, you're a man. I want you to grow up to be a man, find a good wife, have children. Conservative views. So, what school will I send? Will I send my kid to this school that espouses these type of teachings? You get what I mean, Madam Chair? I'm just saying the bill should not prejudice also those conservatives that have their, certain, moral values of what's right and wrong. No, that's why, when we pinpoint that it's only this community that we should stop discrimination, dapat lahat, walang discrimination against all. So that's just my 2 cents worth, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Very much welcome. I want to assure our colleague, Representative Salon, that in the crafting of this bill, we take into consideration the fundamental rights of parents when it comes to raising their children in accordance with their religious beliefs and value system. We take that into consideration. We cherish that. Well, of course, no freedom is absolute, diba? Parents do not have the right to hurt their children. Alam natin yan. We all agree on that. And we will take that into consideration. Rest assured. Hindi po natin naapakan. So at this point, okay, handa na ba tayo, Attorney Traje? Point by point to be answered. But before we continue, I'd like to recognize Representative Maria Camina Catherine B. Agarao from the 4th District of Laguna. Welcome. And also, okay. Nandito kasama natin ang ating Vice Chair, Representative Maria Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna. Thank you for coming, Representative Matibag. At this point, I shall recognize, okay? Let's not keep it too long. Let's be direct, concise, coherent, and then we will follow a certain order. Thank you. Please proceed, Attorney Traje. Point number 1.
Ma'am, thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak. I am appearing to this committee as a member of the GIL Church Worldwide, and I represent the GIL Church Worldwide. So, ma'am, first point, I just wanted to give some context doon sa sinasabi ni Bishop Pantoja kanina because we belong to the same faith. Ang gusto lang po, ma'am, sabihin kanina ni Bishop Pantoja is yung discrimination po, hindi tinanong niyo po kasi nakadefine ba sa Constitution? Wala po sa Constitution. Pero ang point po ni Pastor Pantoja, yung discrimination o mga acts na sinasabi natin na discriminatory acts is already punishable under different laws. Katulad niyan, palagi po natin sinasabi, pagdating sa employment, may tinanggal LGBT because LGBT. Ma'am, sa aking pagkakaalam, wala pa pong case na nasasubmit sa labor na ang kanyang cause of action tinanggal siya sa pagiging empleyado dahil LGBT siya. Marami po, may LGBT, tinanggal, ibang cause. Ngayon, ang sisigaw nila, tinanggal sila dahil LGBT. Sa aking pagkakalam, wala pang case na ganon. Ang aking pong point is, kung ikaw ay empleyado, tinanggal ka na LGBT ka, mag-file ka, labor cause, illegal dismissal. Marami po kasing batas na nagpapunish, nang gusto nating ipunish dito sa SOGIE bill. That's why po ang sabi na Bishop Pantoja, hindi na kailangan itong bill. Pangalawa, sinasabi
Excuse me, 1 point. That you made 1 point already.
Yes, ma'am. That's 1 point.
Okay.
Okay.
May I just summarize?
Okay.
Can you close the
Another
door,
point.
please? I cannot, can we close the door, please?
Another
Okay,
point.
before you continue, yes, I just want to summarize what you said. That in case of discrimination at tinanggal ang isang LGBT dahil siya ay LGBT, that person can file a case under our present legal status. Okay, may I ask Professor Liabatad, what law can be cited?
Your Honor, may I just clarify because I also teach labor law.
Yes. please
And
continue.
in our labor law, in the section 3, which is the Declaration of Basic Policy, it merely talks about discrimination against sex. And in Article 2, if I'm not mistaken, it's 253 or 252, it only talks about the binary, which is discrimination of a woman solely because of
She's
her
a woman,
sex. Yes,
yes.
because she is a woman.
So it does not reflect dahil bakla ang isang tao or lesbian.
Your Honor, that's the reason why in our committee to revise the labor code, and in fact, we have already submitted it to the House as well as in the Senate, in our proposed labor code, we did include the term sex orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics to make it inclusive, because there have been, of course, discriminations against LGBT workers. Although it did not reach the Supreme Court, some only in administrative and in some religious schools. But then we said we might as well include that to make it inclusive.
Okay.
And that is in our proposed
Okay, so there is no law
labor
that
code. In the
specifically
labor code.
addresses.
So, ma'am, question. So, kung meron po ngayon at this point na LGBT, tinanggal siya dahil siya ay LGBT, ano po ang pwedeng gawin ng LGBT na yun? Meron po ba siyang remedy?
Madam Chair, as far as I'm concerned, I cannot think of any existing law right now that would protect those in the LGBTQI with regard to discrimination as to their sexual orientation or their gender identity or expression.
Okay, in my understanding, for that to happen, there has to be explicit mention in any of our laws regarding discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, because sabi mo wala.
Wala, Your Honor, because we're only talking of sex, discrimination as to sex. And of course, we have gender
Okay,
identity
point
and
taken.
expression.
When we go to the second point, we will not include
No, I think point of order, Committee Chair.
Representative Villanueva.
I think the impression made by your resource person as a lawyer from UP, there is no any remedy in effect. But let's listen to our another lawyer, that if there is a person dismissed from any job, employment job, simply because of his gender, is there not any remedy? Attorney, please be open-minded.
May I
Don't be
remind,
afraid to tell the truth.
yes, may I remind our resource person that the chair is here. Please ask to be recognized by me. Okay?
Can I be recognized?
Yes, please, Attorney Traje.
Yes. Ma'am, with due respect kay Professor Batad, at sasabihin ko po, marami pong lawyer makakatulong ngayon Pag may LGBT, nakasuhan dahil LGBT kayo, kahit na ako, tutulungan ko, hahanap tayo ng batas. Labor law, meron tayong remedy dyan. Hindi totoo na wala tayong magagawa. Kawawa naman kayo, ilang taon na to. Ibig sabihin, from the existence, wala kayong karapatan. Excuse me. Di ba?
Attorney Traje, I'm giving you until this afternoon to present to this committee those specific laws na pwede natin gamitin. So we'll go on to the second point.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Second point, third point na po.
Before you proceed, ewan ko lang kung agree kayo. Let's take a 5-minute, eksakto 5-minute restroom break for health purposes nating lahat. Kaya ba? Kaya? Okay. We temporarily suspend the meeting. Thank you so much. Please, please take your seats. Take your seats. Magpapa-approve. Okay, it's an Ash Wednesday today.
Chairperson,
So meron tayo mga ibang members mag-excuse para kumuha ng palagay ng Ash. Yes,
because
Representative.
I have a very important appointment at this time and would like to hear every person. I'd like to make a motion that we create a TWG to study the question provisions
Yes.
on this and
Representative.
to consolidate all of the bills involved in it.
Yes,
May I make a motion on that?
yes, and TWG.
I second the motion, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
duly approved. Thank you very much, huh? Okay, this is how to prove to, this is to prove to you that we in the House of Representatives want to work efficiently. And talaga ang TWG is the most efficient way. But we will hear all of you today, I
Oh.
promise.
Itong tatlong to, panay ang kindat sa akin eh.
I Okay.
Madam Chair,
Madam
Comment.
Chair,
Yes.
would you consider having some persons to be part of
Madam
the
Chair.
TWG?
related to the motion,
One moment, please, 1 moment. Yes,
related to the
Representative
motion
Castro.
of Representative Avante, that the bills will be consolidated, no? So that in the technical working group, so that would be a task for our secretariat.
Yes, Bishop Avante. Yes, there will be resource
I
persons.
was asking, Your Honor, if you would consider,
Thank you, Dan.
if you would consider
We
inviting
will.
some of the resource persons who have been here. being
Technical
involved.
working group will not be complete without our resource persons, but because it is it has to be well chosen. I think there are two stands, pro and in contra, and also the third one, which is let's work it out group, no? So I think you have to talk amongst yourselves and to summarize your points, so that is going to be very efficient. Yes, Representative
Yeah,
Villanueva.
I just want to remind everybody of the importance of public hearing. I cannot really accept that we will just resort to the creation of technical working group without proper public hearing. Let's give all these resource persons a chance. This is not a joke.
They will be heard, Representative Villanueva. The motion has already been approved. And as I said, we will give them a chance. Pero hindi naman pwedeng 107. Hindi naman pwede, di ba? That would be impossible. We have to come up, talk among yourselves, coordinate. Ano bang points ang gusto nyo reflected? We choose 5 spokespersons. And then also the other group. I cannot admit, actually, how many yung ating nag-attend last meeting? 300.
Excuse me,
Between
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
There
Representative.
are resource persons here who have not yet spoken even for a minute.
Hindi po tayo titigil hanggang next session tayo
They
dito.
come from different sectors. Yes, they will go to creation of technical working group without
Okay.
necessary public hearing.
Based on the
We might be accused of having like a kangaroo court here.
Oh.
If we will not give a sufficient time.
Representative Villanueva, we will not suspend the meeting. We will continue until before the session.
Madam
We
Chair,
will hear you out. Yes, Representative Castro.
clarified our motion. So we will form a technical working group to consolidate all the bills. It does not mean na wala na tayong public hearing. Kasi kung magsasalita pa sila, we can accept naman.
Yes, we will
Yung
definitely
ating
accept it.
mga-
May I remind everyone, by definition, committee hearings are public hearings. In fact, I expect the media to be present and to cover us always para meron tayong transparency. That's why we have to put our best foot forward. We have to work efficiently. Representative Villanueva, ang pakiusap ko sa mga groups na medyo doubting or in contra, to come out with a common stand and statement para maging ma-address natin si TWG. Those who are in favor also, please come and present your arguments doon sa ating TWG. Rest assured, everyone will be heard. Kahit pa tayo mag-ilang araw ng TWG, magtatrabaho tayo.
Committee Chair,
Yes po.
ito po ay pinarating sa akin ng maraming tao for the last few days. Kasi po, nabanggit ninyo sa interviews in the past, you're giving all the opportunities to everyone.
We will.
Pero narinig din nila yung 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, ano? Anyway, I fully understand your advocacy. Ako, I respect everybody because my principle, as I shared to a certain congresswoman, the Voltaire's principle of France, I may disagree with what you are saying, but I'm willing to defend your right to say it till my death. So what is important here is the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, no iota of suppression of freedom of conscience. That's why in my case, I am here. I sacrificed many schedules. I have not yet presented 2 minutes or 3 minutes of my I would say 2 cents wisdom in this discussion, because I want these people from different places, especially the spokesman of that Visayan group.
Yes, we
Cesar
will
Buendia.
recognize him. In fact, he's the next one.
Yeah, Madam Chair po,
That's right, that's right.
point of order po. So we approve the creation of TWG. So are we going still to continue pa?
Yes, we will. And I want.
Excuse me.
Okay, so, colleague Representative Villanueva na para ma-appease siya na hindi pa nakapagsalita yung
natin. Request and Representative Villanueva, I want to hear from you.
I just want to emphasize, don't give me a special treatment, please. What I am after is a fair treatment to both sides. I was in the restroom. When I came here, it was already approved, the creation of technical working group.
That was Representative Avante.
Oh, I don't. I respect Congressman Avante, but
should we put it to a vote?
To me,
your
the
colleagues?
technical working group is making a shortcut to this hearing. You know, because to me, this is very important. I talk to many people.
Okay,
out of 110 million Filipinos, grabe. Nobody in 10 people, they do not understand SOGIE. Because there is a grand, what we call unwitting suppression of freedom of press, freedom of expression. That's why my point is this. I respect everybody.
Okay.
Now, why not give the stakeholders, the responsible stakeholders of the nation, their views?
Okay.
What are we afraid of?
Representative Villanueva, very, very valid concerns that we also share as members and chair of the committee. And Representative Avante is a member of this committee. He filed a motion for the creation of technical working group, but that does not mean that our resource persons will not be heard. They will be. Kaya nga lang, when we come to the technical working group, we have to come up with very organized and smaller groups, no? That will summarize what your points are. But for today, we will continue. We will continue. Yes, Director Buendia.
Your Honor, pwede po ba kayong maimbita ng Fellowship of the Redeemed Gender Disoriented People sa isang nice talk? Kahit na pumunta kami sa opisina ninyo.
Okay. I would love to, if I had the liberty of time, but I'm so busy.
This is a very personal thing.
Okay, please send the invitation to my office, and I will reconsider. Okay,
May we proceed to that
yes, in fact,
from Visayas?
Yes, in fact, he is going to.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment. Wait to be recognized. Ano pa nga? Bible values. From the BVM, o parang Blessed Virgin Mary. BVM, or okay, Pastor Stanley Flores.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. BVM stands for Bible Values Movement. Anyway, can I interject before I use my time, particularly with the good lawyers that I've heard just a while ago?
Excuse me, my dear. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. This is not the standard, and I'm not saying this because we're talking about something that I am associated with, or I'm being accused of favoring. No, please state your position. Resource persons are not allowed to debate, engage in a debate. Huh?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. Because there was an open time just a while ago that I thought that we could say a piece.
I'm interested in your position.
Yeah.
Could I hear from?
Yes, committee chair and everyone that is here. We would like to thank first that we are given the opportunity to share our views and comments and suggestions as you wrote us through the email, that we can share it with regards to the bill. And we wish that we could have more time so that it will really be a hearing, that we could be heard, every one of us, both from those who are against and those that are.
It's a hearing. Please proceed.
Yes. And we wish we could have been given more time. I mean, everyone here and even in the last hearing. So our opposition to House Bill 222, I would like to post our opposition, in particularly to section B, D, I, and M. We find that this particular sections of the bill are discriminatory to the straight community. And I would like to read later on, but I would like to go in detail with regards to what is happening to other countries, and particularly in America, even in Great Britain. And I'll give an example. For example, within the area of discriminating the straight community, there is this situation in New York where Cynthia and Robert Gafford, they were penalized. They were brought to the court because they did not allow their property to be used on a wedding ceremony of a lesbian couple. And they are now charged. And these are examples that we want to show the committee for today. Another example in the United Kingdom, the situation of.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, you are referring to section 5, letter B, discriminatory practices, denying access to public services to any person on the basis of SOGIE SC. Okay,
I'm referring, Madam, to section B, D, I, and M. So in particular, I would like to read from the provisions
these are
of.
different subsections.
Yes.
Okay, so with your example on the wedding, that
I would like to
happened,
focus on letter I or paragraph I, that is denying a person's access or to use establishment facilities, utilities, services, including housing, open to the general public on the basis of SOGIE SC. So what I'm referring as an example, Madam Chair, is the example happened in many countries, not only in the situation of Cynthia and Robert Gifford, where in New York, they were prosecuted and they were even asked to pay because there was a couple or a lesbian couple who they did not allow to use the facility. They did not use the facility. So this is indirect, similar situation to the provision of the bill. That, for example, let's put it on a case in the Philippines. If there is a LGBT, particularly let's use homosexual couple who would use a facility, and that facility, a hotel, for example, did not allow because they will have a wedding ceremony, not a binding legal wedding, but rather a wedding ceremony because it is allowed in our country. So the case, for example, the owner of the hotel is a Christian, and this Christian has religious conviction based on the Bible that they will not allow same-sex unions, party events, and the likes to be used ang kanilang hotel. They will be liable under SOGIE. They will be liable under the law if the bill is passed. And I am saying and quoting examples from other nations because these are not just one or two incidences, as you can see in the background. That is one of the example where the Gafford family were prosecuted, brought to court because of their stand that they will not allow their properties to be used for a lesbian couple's wedding ceremony.
okay, may I check? It seems that the source of basically of conflict, I would say, is when it comes to events that involved marriage, right? Because that is something fundamental to the Christian belief. But kunyari yan, isang events place, tapos magse-celebrate ang isang lesbian ang birthday niya, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Would it?
It would be if, for example,
Birthday.
example, the person who owns the hotel has this religious conviction that they would not allow lesbian couples events or homosexuals events in a particular time or period, Your Honor.
Can you be more specific? What type of events?
For example,
Religious
parties.
conviction.
For example, parties. Because there are Christians in society that would like to hold on to their religious rights because if ever they
Excuse
would
me.
be favoring.
Yes.
Yes.
I understand. I get your point. So you're citing their religious conviction or their
Yes.
belief.
Yes.
Is it stated in their doctrines or their beliefs, bawal mag-celebrate ng birthday party ang isang gay person sa events place? No?
That's why, Your Honor,
That's my question, basically, theoretically.
yes, that's why, Your Honor, I impounded or I really specified wedding
wedding.
ceremonies.
So talagang wedding lang talaga ang, we can work it out.
Uh,
We can work it out.
that's the point, Your Honor, because for example,
So we have religious belief yan eh. And I understand and respect that.
for example, Your Honor, in Davao, there is a situation that happened that a transgender woman
Yeah.
was not allowed to use the comfort room. And of course, the response of the transgender person is that she shared it online and bashed the hotel. It's in the background, Your Honor. So these are examples that the bill was not even passed, but the person already bashed the people or the business people. Business rights will be affected.
Okay, bashing occurs both directions actually, and we have cyberbullying laws, cyber
And we
libel.
appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay, so that is not addressed by this bill. Nevertheless, the point of yung eternal nating discussion in CRs, what we are actually promoting is the creation of a third gender-neutral bathroom para wala nang problema. Wala nang problema. Yun ang ating pinopromote, ang ini-espouse. And we will work on that thing about marriages in Christian-owned events place. And that is something personally I can understand, okay? Another point, please.
Yeah. For example, another point, Your Honor, with regards to women's rights, it is well known and documented, especially in United States. For example, in the case of William Thomas, that became Leah Thomas, he transferred, he was the number 56, I'm not mistaken, number 56 swimmer in the men's category. And then he transferred to the women's category and became the number 1 swimmer in NCAA. So, of course, the possibility of this happening in the Philippines could be very, very possible because there will be gender, not only recognition, but gender protection.
Okay, there is no provision here that will allow gender recognition. It has to be very explicit. This bill does not enable you to change your legal gender markers. That would have to go a judicial process, no? And as of the moment, since 2006, merong Supreme Court ruling na nagsasabi there is no law that will allow you to change your legal gender markers based on, I don't know, surgery or hormonal treatment. Wala. So wala rin yan dito sa batas.
But there is gender protection.
What?
There is gender protection.
Gender protection is a general word. So you're talking about sports events. And in sports events, they always ask for your birth certificate.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so unless you're able to present a birth certificate indicating that you're a male or female.
But remember, there is a repealing clause in Article 16 of the House Bill 222.
A repealing clause only works when there is an explicit provision that expresses a desired effect. Otherwise, a non-existent provision will not repeal an existing law. You understand my point?
Yes, I understand my point. And getting a birth certificate is one of the rules and regulations in the land. That before we get.
So, but this bill does not tell you that if you get a birth certificate and present it, it does not. In fact, it does not touch on the requirements made by sporting organizations or even in the admission of schools. Ang hiningi talaga is birth certificate. This law does not say, oh, you do away with that requirement for school application or applications sa mga sporting events. So,
So the public
yeah,
has,
it's only a problem for it will be a problem for you if you are in the United States where there are gender recognition laws.
so
But
there
within the
is there an
Philippines, there are no.
is there an assurance from the committee, particularly in passing with regards to SOGIE bill, that such incidents like this will not happen in our country in the future or in the near future?
I don't have the assurance from this committee. You have the assurance of our present laws because we are a nation governed by laws.
And that's why, Your Honor,
You have an assurance from this committee that we will seriously consider your concerns, in particular yun dun sa events place.
yes,
Yeah.
Your Honor, and in particular, that's why if you've heard the voices of different evangelical groups that are here, these are apprehensions, and we're citing examples because we have already seen.
Okay, I respect your apprehensions, but let our apprehensions be grounded on solid legal basis.
Yes, Your Honor.
And these are, as you said, sabi nga ni Pastor Tanchi, let's not base everything on the West.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for sharing your concerns. Is that your last point?
I have other point, and this is with regards to same-sex marriage, Your Honor, if I'll be allowed. Will I have a minute?
Okay, you know
Okay.
what? I'm towing the line here, and as an author, and as a person, I'm telling you, this bill is not about same-sex marriage. I will read
That's why,
the line.
that's why, Your Honor, I just want to ask if you can provide a transitory clause.
There is already a clause here that specifically states that in the granting, this was a contentious point, which was addressed by then Representative Lito Atienza and was duly addressed. So please, nakatandaan natin. In the issuance of professional licenses, we do not want there to be discrimination. What are professional licenses? Examples, driver's license.
That's not even the point that I want to drive.
So no, let me finish. And kasi ang sabi noon araw, baka yan abusuhin sa licenses, marriage license is a license. Okay, professional license to. And we state, denying an application for or revoking a professional or other similar kind of license, clearance, certification on, or any other similar document except marriage license issued by the government due to the applicant's SOGIE SC. So the mere fact, I wish you could read between the lines, the mere fact that we went out of our way to express na hindi po ito marriage licenses indicates that the intent of the bill is not to allow same-sex marriage.
And that,
Wala talaga eh.
yes, just a situational, just the last point, Your Honor. For example,
Cite the repealing clause again to me because, as I said, for something to be repealed, our current laws to be repealed, there has to be an explicit provision in this law that will go in contrary to the existing law, and there is none. Nothing cannot repeal a something.
this is for the media is here. It's very good, Your Honor. There is no malice in my questions. I just want to ask one question. A trans woman or a transgender woman, under SOGIE bill, if this becomes a law, is recognized as a woman. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, it is no. Legally, that trans woman is still a male.
Okay.
Unless that person before 2006 was able to avail of a judicial change in legal gender markers. So since 2006, there have been no cases. And one requirement for marriage is, ayan, media, pay attention. One requirement for media is yung birth certificate mo, and still under our present family code, a marriage is defined as a permanent union between a man and a woman. Now, if you are concerned about same-sex marriage or something to the like, there is a bill on civil partnerships, no? Civil partnerships that actually intends to recognize mga live-in relationships, which are, by the way, on the rise. Itong latest statistics ng PSA, 4 out of 10 relationships, couples are live-in, walang civil wedding, walang church wedding. So the civil partnership bill, which is filed by other colleagues of ours in the House of Representatives, intends to grant legal recognition with its corresponding obligations and rights to partners living in, whether homosexual or heterosexual. So that's a different bill. Now, walang kinalaman dito. Anong bill? It's a Family Relations Committee yan. If you want to...
Yeah, it's to add to the point, Your Honor, because we said the point of Cynthia and Robert Gafford in America. You already know about the situation of Jack Phillips, the cake baker. So that would not also be the situation we could have in the Philippines if ever that a business. It's not just a cake baker, gown maker. Anyone who has services, would they be discriminated if ever they refuse the LGBT community or those who believe in SOGIE?
Usually it comes, yung problem naman yung weddings talaga eh. Diba? They don't want to have any part in weddings, wedding cake, wedding gown. That we can work eh. O nga, ano kaya dumating ang panahon, lahat ng LGBT na mga fashion designers mag-discriminate sa straight, sabihin gano'n. Hindi na kami magde-design sa inyo, hindi na kami mag-makeup sa inyo, bahala kayo dyan. But that won't happen because we are against any form of discrimination. Nevertheless, I want to tell you, we can work around, you know, yung marriage consideration. That is so primordial. I see how much you value the traditional definition of marriage, and we'll take note of that and we will work on it.
And of course, we know that this will go through Senate, it will go through BICAM. And you know what, your assurance, Madam, is very good. But the last outcome of the bill, we are never too sure of what will be the version.
I don't know. As I'm concerned,
That's why we are
as a
congresswoman, Madam.
Will depend on our senators. But as far as I'm concerned, my only intent is to prevent acts of discrimination. Because if we say that we are not in favor of discrimination, there should be a corresponding consequence. Hindi lang pwedeng we'll stop at what we say. We have to walk the talk. Okay, are we finished?
Thank you so much, because among all, you were the one I was given the time that we could talk and we could discuss this.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Very
Mayong aga, gid ka pa yung hapon.
Mayong aga. Yes, Representative Villanueva.
Dahil merong hairline difference yung lumalabas na usapan ninyo na para bang yung repealing clause ng House Bill number 222 or the SOGIE bill ay hindi basta-basta pwedeng mag-repeal ng anumang existing specific laws sa pananaw ninyo, no? At ng inyong marahil ay legally stop. Pero tingnan po ninyo, ito ay aking ipe-present lang sandali, few minutes lang to. Yung repealing clause na yung male and gender, male and female, madadagdagan ng third gender and so on and so forth. It will practically amend, in effect, the sense of the Constitution without any charter change. Why? I have to read Article 2, Declaration of Principles and State Policies, Section 12. The state recognizes the sanctity of family life and shall protect and strengthen the family as a basic autonomous and social institutions. It shall equally protect the life of the mother and the life of the unborn from conception, the natural and primary right and duty of parents in the rearing of the youth for civic efficiency and the development of moral character shall receive the support of the government. Maliwanag po ito sa family, Article 15, tungkol sa family, Section 1, the state recognizes the Filipino family as the foundation of the nation. Accordingly, it shall strengthen its solidarity and actively promote its total development. In Section 2, marriage as an inviolable social institution is the foundation of the family and shall be protected by the state. Take note, when the Constitution was framed in 1935, the Recto Constitution, 1973, the Marcos Constitution, the 1987 Constitution, the Corres Constitution, the very belief of the premise of the Constitution, there were only, and there is only two genders, male and female. So this is very clear. Now, in the so-called family code, this is the danger again. The very important portion of the family code will suddenly be made repealed. Why? You see, Chapter 1, Requisite of Marriage, Article 1, the marriage is a special contract of permanent union between a man and a woman, entered in accordance with law for the establishment of conjugal and family life. It is the foundation of the family as an inviolable social institution whose nature, consequences, and incidents are governed by law and not subject to stipulation, except that the marriage settlements may fix the property relations during the marriage within the limits provided by this code. In Article 2, no marriage shall be valid unless these essential requisites are present. Legal capacity of the contracting parties who must be a male and a female. Consent freely given in the presence of the solemnizing officer. Now, let's face it, sabi nga, ang assumption ko, we are all sincere in this public hearing. We are not just to cover up. We are not just to railroad. Hanapin natin yung talagang katotohanan, both sides, o all sides. Huwag na nating pigilin yung expression ng bawat isa. Ako ho, simple lang ako full-blooded Democrat ako I hate any suppression of freedom. Speech, freedom of expression, press freedom. Lagi po tayong lumalaban dyan. Kita niyo yung terrorist law. I also oppose that. Kasi kung anong totoo, doon ako Hindi yung kailangan proteksyon ko to kasi mga barkada ko dito Hindi po. Kaya makikita natin yung repealing clause doon sa last phrase ng inyong bill, yung SOGIE bill, will automatically repeal any specific laws contrary to the restricted number of gender in our Constitution, in our specific laws, male and female, and most of all, the higher law, the divine law of God who created men and women as male and female. Ngayon po, specific example ko lang po ito, Committee Chair. Dalawang special lang po ito. Pagkatapos nito, maaaring tumahimik na ako, no? Yung mixed martial arts, a transgender, ulitin ko, yung binanggit ni Mr. Flores, Paulo Pax, almost beat to death his female opponent, si Tamika Brents. Makikita nyo dyan sa tinatawag na screen. Yan, nakita nyo yung dito sa mixed martial arts, yung babaeng kalaban halos nadurog ang bungo, no? Yung isang picture, no? Sana mapakita. Yung lalaki yon nagpa-transgender woman, sumali ng mixed martial arts. Yung babae, nalamog. Sumobrang, ayan, mukhang halos mapatay niya Tanong ko nga nasaan ang mga women's voice? Bakit walang narinig mula sa women's sector? Isipin nyo, lalaking-lalaki, binugbog yung kalaban, halos makakuha ng skull. Yan ay isa sa mga possibility mangyari rin sa Pilipinas. Pangalawa, yung sinabi sa swimming, transgender, si Leah Thomas, tops NCAA competition to the disadvantage of real female swimmers. Tingnan niyo ang laki niya, Tingnan niyo ang kanyang diferensya, lalaking-lalaki, ang taas-taas, yung mga babae, nasaan? Yon, tingnan niyo, paano mananalo yung mga tunay na babae doon sa lalaki na naging transgender? Well, this is absolute discriminatory. This is discrimination in the highest order. We cannot ignore this. That's what I'm saying. Pakinggan natin ang different sectors ng society. Kasi mahirap yung gumawa tayo ng batas. Pagkatapos magsisisirain lahat, sabihin ng history.
Representative
Avante. Ang lawmaker sa Pilipinas.
Representative Villanueva, thank you very much for sharing. Rest assured that we will not suppress. If we have time limitations, it's a reality we have to live in. We have to have organization within the committee.
Okay,
But
Madam Chair.
rest assured we will listen to this.
Thank you very much. One point lang ho. Yung doktora Pineda po na nasuppress yung kanyang testimony nung nakarang hearing, pinilit niyang pumunta rito. Pwede pong bigyan natin siya ng freedom to share.
I will recognize her
That is her,
when her
her concern dahil isa siya sa mga surgeons, one of the surgeons in the Philippines, that kapag nag-refuse sila na magpalit na mag-opera because of the religious
Yes, we will-
conviction and faith.
we will listen to them when their time comes. But for this moment, I would like to address
Eh, yun lang ho,
the
gusto ko sabihin,
concerns
para
raised.
malaman ng buong sambayanan na there is no 100% free market of ideas in this hearing. Because nanonood po ako na
Not yet finished, Representative Villanueva.
at naawa ko rin sa Dr. Pineda, hindi ko naman po siya kilala, no? Nag-volunteer lang. Pero mukhang
Representative Villanueva, the chair kindly requests you to refrain from accusing this committee and its members from suppressing, because we are all here open to listen and ready to listen to your ideas. If we have done what we have done in the past, it's because of time constraints. Kahit nga si Representative Avante recognized that we had to cut short the meeting kasi magse-session na kami. Please do not accuse us of that. Pakiusap lang po. Nevertheless, I want to reiterate again. Okay, and please take note of these explanations. The example cited with regards to sporting events is only possible under a legal framework that allows you to change your legal gender markers, which is not the case in the Philippines. I would also like to inform you that there are already two existing laws, namely the Safe Spaces Act, which recognizes sexual orientation and gender identity and expression and defines it. But the existence of a definition in an existing law of the land has not meant yung repealing of the family code. Kasi nga, uulitin ko, and this is a basic legal principle that I hope all of us should understand. For a law to repeal another law, there has to be an explicit provision that will go contrary to that existing law. Kung meron ditong provisions sa SOGIE bill na magsasabi, from now on, marriage is between man and man, wala naman. So sana please, intindihin nyo, hindi po, this law will not allow same-sex marriage simply on the basis of the repealing clause. No?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, you are not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. May we hear someone who is
Yes.
lawyering?
Okay, I'm willing to listen to Professor Leo Batad. Nevertheless, you know what? This is based on common sense. We are all here legislating and we're very serious with our work. We do our research. May I just finish
Yes,
my
go ahead,
statement? Okay, we're all here trying to craft a law. And we know that a basic principle is that we try to be very specific and admit all of your concerns. And po, so at this point, because I was asked by Representative Villanueva to get a legal opinion, may I ask Professor Leo Batad to clarify what a repealing clause is?
Madam Chair, when it comes to the repealing clause, the jurisprudence tells us that it is only when we explicitly identify the specific provisions of the law that will be repealed. That is what will be repealed. Now, if it's just a general repealing clause, in other words, that would be implied repeal, then that is frowned upon.
Okay, excuse me.
Oh.
I would also like to add, aside from what you said, from jurisprudence, that empirically speaking, we already have two laws that define sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, RA 11313 and RA 1116, which is the HIV Policy Act. And the mere fact that SOGIE is defined there has not redefined the family code, in particular, the definition of marriage. Marriage continues to be between man and woman, and the SOGIE Equality Bill will not redefine it.
May I give maybe 2 cents, please?
Yes, Representative.
Where
Ben.
you said that male and female only. Suppose a a transgender woman from being a man. Officially, before the eyes of the law, he or she is already a woman.
Wala
What
pa
can
po.
stop her to contract a marriage with another man? Because legally, before the eyes of the law, he or she is already a woman. So that is the point. I think
There is no gender recognition law to date.
I think we should not we should dig out the all possibilities because
Chairperson,
Yes, Representative Avante.
to perhaps solve part of this problem because of the apprehensions of some, that how many bills do we have on the SOGIE?
Eight.
Therefore, we have 8 principal authors on this, di ba? May I request, Chairperson, that every principal author make a statement on the repealing clause, that it will not in any way repeal the family code.
If that is to satisfy your apprehensions, we can
But
actually
official
include
statement written.
repeating clause, but this is not something common, but we will study the possibility. This is going to be unique in the same manner that in the granting of professional licenses, we were willing to specify that this does not refer to marriage licenses. We would be willing to consider that. And
may we hear our legal voice, please?
Madam Chair, can I be recognized, please?
yes, I'm just curious, in the same manner that I asked Professor Bata to cite his qualifications. Can you cite your legal qualifications? Where did you graduate? When did you graduate?
I'm
and other-
Attorney Ray, Madam Chair. I'm lawyer and a certified public accountant,
Graduate from?
San Sebastian College of
Yes.
Law,
Batch?
batch 2006.
Any postgraduate degrees?
Postgraduate degree is Juris Doctor and
Juris Doctor
Bachelor of
from?
Laws from the San Sebastian
San
College of Law.
Sebastian. Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, may I interrupt for a while? There is a law, no religious test shall be required in the exercise of democratic and civil rights in the Constitution. Now, when there is a lawyer, a bar passer, practicing lawyer for a few years, do we need to examine the law school where he graduated?
I'm
to
just
hear
curious here because I also,
his testimony?
yes, to satisfy my curiosity, yes. Also, I asked the same question to Professor Leo Batad. So did you mind that I asked it? I'm just curious here.
No, the point is this.
Did you feel offended, Attorney Traje, by my asking you?
I just wanted to ask the intention of the chairman why you wanted to know where I graduated, please.
Out of curiosity, simply. And I have also seen other committee chairmen question the qualifications. In fact, especially with those groups who say that they represent the groups, Kaverat, be careful. Do not say that you represent the entire group when you do not. I'm holding you. You are here in a committee hearing in the House of Congress, and 100% honesty is required. When you say that you represent a certain group, you have to represent a certain group. I'm sure that Representative Avante is in agreement. Pareho kami dyan sa wavelength na yan. So can we continue and focus already on what you wanted to say?
Yes, ma'am. With the repealing clause, that's your theory that it will not repeal any specific provision. And that's, as you have said, in the current jurisprudence. But jurisprudence can be, that's why it's just a jurisprudence. It can be overturned and another jurisprudence can be given. Repealing, especially this is a very controversial bill. So that's our theory, it will repeal. Secondly, giving for a reason that it will not repeal, but in the separability clause also states that, and I will read, if any provision of this act is declared unconstitutional or otherwise invalid, the validity of the other provision shall not be affected. No, ma'am, kahit na maglagay po tayo ng exception, except marriage license. And then may mag-petition sa Supreme Court, invalid yan kasi it's not in the spirit of the bill or of this act. Pag yun, tinanggal as invalid, di wala na po tayong exceptions. Di ba, ma'am? So that's why po.
Then is your concern that I think should be addressed And should that time come by the Supreme Court, not by the House of Representatives?
Pa ba tayo sa Supreme Court? Ayusin na natin dito. Kasi kung
We are doing what we want to do. In fact, we are giving concessions and trying to reflect your concerns. Hence, pati yung marriage licenses, pati nga itong openness namin dun sa repealing clause to be specific, although it is not a standard practice. But as we say, we work in a system where there is separation between the three branches of government. If you have concerns, well, those should be addressed in the proper time, in the proper forum, but not at the committee level. We will give concessions and we are open to amendments here. But my God, kung mga far-fetched, kung lagi natin iniisip dyan, nako, this law could be abused and then we have to file this to Supreme Court, tapos ganito, wala na tayong mapapasang basa sa bansang ito because any law for that matter can be abused. That's why we are here in the committee level trying to be specific and address your concerns. Yung separation clause, I'm interested. Can you read that again, please?
Separation clause. Separability clause. Sorry, ma'am.
Separability.
If any provision of this act is declared unconstitutional or otherwise invalid, the validity of the other provision shall not be affected thereby.
Okay. May I ask also Professor Leobatad on his opinion on the separability clause?
Yes, Your Honor, that is really basic. That if some of the provisions have been declared constitutional, then the rest of the provisions will have to be saved if they are sound and the constitutionality is not questioned. And you see that in all laws because they want to save the law. Now, if particular provisions are unconstitutional, only that will be declared unconstitutional.
Okay, that's basic.
Yeah, and with regard
Kasi
to
nga naman, hindi ko mo one law, may provision na unconstitutional, yung other law, provision naman constitutional, madadama yung iba. I think that's a valid thing. That's practice in all laws, in fact. Yes, please continue, Professor Batman.
What I was saying a while ago with regard to the repealing clause, it is already understood that the law generally or even jurisprudence will acknowledge expressed repeal. Now, when it comes to implied repeal, they frown against that, but that doesn't mean that we cannot question it. But we will still have to defend that it is contrary to the intent of this law. And my third point, just because I'm about to leave also, I have a class chair, Roman, just to clarify what was mentioned a while ago regarding the case of Manila Prince, may I just try to complete the record, for the record, because that was mentioned by Representative Avante. Although I did mention this when I was inquired about this, it says, and may I quote, I just want to go on record here.
Yes, please.
A provision which lays down a general principle, such as those found in Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, and we are referring to the Declaration of Policies and Principles of the Constitution, it is usually not self-executing, but a provision which is complete in itself, such as what I cited under Article 3 on arrest, search, and detention, which is complete in itself and becomes operative without the aid of supplementary or enabling legislation, or that which supplies sufficient rule by means of which the right, it grants may be enjoyed or protected is self-executing. Thus, a constitutional provision is self-executing if the nature and the extent of the right conferred and the liability imposed are fixed by the Constitution itself, so that they can be determined by an examination and construction of its terms, and there is no language indicating that the subject is referred to the legislature for action. And so I was mentioning a while ago about equality, which is of course in the Declaration of Principles. And there is no definition as to what we mean equality, or even the other the negative aspect of
Okay,
equality,
point
which is
taken.
discrimination.
Professor Batag, at this point, I'd like to continue listening to our.
Excuse me, excuse me, so let me just
Yes, Representative
respond
Avante.
to
Yes,
the
please.
statement of
Congressman.
Professor Batas. Hindi lang ba, Kapatid, ha? So, okay, thank you for further studying the provision. I'm so glad that you are studying it also, no? But actually, there's no change to what you said. Anyway, ganito na lang. Okay. Perhaps we ought to study the separability clause and the repealing clause. If we could be able to, in our TWG later on, delete the section 19. Siyempre, in section 20, that is basic, no? And section 19, we could be able to delete that, di ba? Just study it. Just
You
study
mean,
it.
can we be more
Okay.
specific? Yes, Representative Avante, we will study that possibility. Yes, thank
Ako,
you very much. Yes, Representative Villanueva.
Ang akin lang yung suggestion, nagsalita ang inyong legal counsel from UP lengthily. Tapos yung pong lawyer naman ng faith community, si Attorney Trahe, wala nang time. Iling silang iling kanina as a trial lawyer. Gusto niyang i-rebut yung academic professor natin sa UP with due respect. Bigyan natin siya ng chance.
Okay, I'm giving you.
Kasi pag suppress natin yung
Wala,
chance,
please, using
dating
the term suppression. Suppression is already and trying to read in.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the term.
Term limits, time limits na.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. So,
Ma'am, can I be recognized?
Yes, please.
Medyo mahaba po kasi yung time ni Professor Batag, but I appreciate it. Ma'am, tatlo yung sinabi ni Professor Batag, I agree. I really agree. Sabi niya, yung repealing clause, front upon yung pag-repeal ng explicit at implied front upon and pwede i-question. Yun na nga po, ma'am. Yan ang point namin. Front upon, pero pwede pa rin i-question. Second.
And where will this be decided on?
In the Supreme Court, ma'am.
In the Supreme Court.
Secondly, yung sinasabi niyo, yung separability clause, sabi niya, it will not affect the rest of the bill or the act. Tama po, I truly agree. That's why, na kung yung exceptions na ilalagay nyo ay ma-declared invalid or therefore hindi na-afektahan ang bill or an act, tuloy, ang exception nyo, ma'am, walang kwenta. Pero ang act, valid. Tama. Ngayon, ma'am, yung sinasabi na enabling law, ma'am, karami-rami na po kasi. Meron naman tayong mga laws, yung pong sinabi ninyo, tama po kayo. So, ang stand po kasi ng faith community, we really don't need this one because it will discriminate us. It will give preferential rights to a certain group. And also po, yun pong sinasabi kanina ni Mr. Flores, hindi lang po yun sa occasion ng ng wedding. Katulad may nag-birthday, pero ako halimbawa may ari ako ng isang restaurant. O katulad yan, specific na example, merong isang hotel, ayaw niya na may mag-check-in na dalawang couple with the same sex. Wala naman pong occasion yon, hindi rin yon related sa marriage, pero ayaw niya lang.
We will try to take into consideration your considerations, no? Kaya nga lang, we are treading a dangerous path here when does religious freedom end and individual rights begin? You know, this is the classic debate. And this is really the challenge to all of us lawmakers.
Yes.
Kasi nga, we start with, ayaw namin ng LGBT na magpapakasal. Okay, I can understand that. That is parang basic na. Pero yung ayaw namin mag-birthday, ayaw na namin Bishop Avante, may I know your position on that? Does your faith really tell you and recommend and teach to your followers na birthday party hindi pa pwede LGBT yan or
Honorable Chair.
yes,
I
Bishop Avante.
actually wanted to say more than referring to your question. Kaya I've been raising my hand.
Yes,
kanina pa.
please proceed.
If I may be allowed.
Please.
I've been a part of hearings, as you know, many times. And masalimuot na yung pinagdadaanan natin eh. And now your question is this. Saan natatapos yung religious freedom at saan nagsisimula itong protection sa mga LGBTs? Naalala ko yung tatay ko, ang sabi ng tatay ko my freedom ends where somebody's nose begins. Problema nga lang, mga flat noses tayo eh. Mahirap no? Di tayo katulad ng mga Western. Anyway, may I please just say that I submitted 2 papers. One is the Statement of Bible Mode and another as supplement kanina from off my own position. Now, I refer to Section 3 of your own House bill. And it includes a definition of gender identity. Letter G. Gender identity refers to a person's innermost concept of self as man, woman, or another non-binary identity which may or may not correspond with their sex or gender assigned at birth. Now, of course, you have included gender identity in the title itself, kaya SOGIE. Kaya there is another apprehension that while you said a while ago that there is no gender recognition in this bill, it stages a start of such recognition through this bill. Hindi namin maalis yun eh. Takot na takot kami. Nagagamitin ito pag sinabi na natin, may protection na yung SOGIE, pero nandiyan yung gender identity. So it stages an acceptance, a protection, then it will stage again another law. No? So doon kami takot. Kaya nga ang palagi kong sinasabi nung araw, bakit hindi na lang tayo mag-express ng belief natin? Sabi ni Cesar kanina, we only act according to our beliefs. Kaya nga nung araw, sabi ko gawin na lang ninyong relihiyon yung LGBTs, we can coexist. You can establish your own churches, have your own ministers, at magkasal kayo kung gusto nyo. Then we can coexist in society and you can be free to exercise whatever the Constitution affords. So we do not need a law. Pero yun Now, in Section 4 of your own House bill.
May I address Section 3?
Yes.
Gender identity. For the information of everyone, since the 17th Congress, the definition of gender identity is already reflected in our laws. And to date, the worst case scenarios that you are afraid of have not yet happened. And nandoon na sa batas natin yan It's fully explained and it's quite clear. In fact, the same definition refers to the way a person communicates gender identity. No, that's expression, gender identity. Personal sense of identity, same definition as our laws. Meaning to say, my point is that it's already in existing laws.
Okay.
So that we should reflect it also in our bill is nothing new.
Yes.
And to my knowledge, there have been no dire consequences as you tend to
I duly take note of that, Your Honor. But still, as you may have observed, punong-puno ng apprehension ang religious community.
Yes, and we are trying to address them in the best way that we can.
Doon sa Section 4 of your own bill, ang nakalagay po rito, for this purpose, discrimination on the grounds of a person's SOGIE SC. And then nakalagay racial or ethnic origin, religious belief or activity. Another apprehension, basis ng apprehension po namin. Now, our Constitution so provides that our religious expression is inviolable and that should forever exist. Pero alam niyo po, I've been preaching the Bible for about 30 years. And I've been afforded, according to our Constitution, a freedom to express whatever I believe based on the Bible. At Your Honor, yung preaching po namin, dinadala namin kahit sa pinaka-private na buhay namin. Kahit sa pakikipag-usap sa mga anak, sa mga apo, sa mga kaibigan, hindi niyo po maaalis yun. Yung bang pipigilan nyo kami na lumabas sa pulpito at ibuhay namin yung expression namin, according to our belief, dadalhin namin sa eskwelahan, dadalhin namin kahit sa kung naglalaro kami sa golf course, and we meet people everywhere.
Which begs the question kanina that I posed, no? Bishop Avante, does your religion really teach you, kunyari you are an owner of an events place or a restaurant, not to allow an LGBT person to celebrate his or her birthday? Does it teach that?
Well, a birthday is something that is based on the date you were born.
That's right.
Okay? So that's very natural.
That's very natural.
Oo.
Which
Now-
answers, I think, the question raised by Attorney Trahe. No? Kayo ba yung nag-raise na pag hindi lang dun sa marriage, related to marriage, but also to other things, no? Okay. So, okay, I understand. As calling same-sex couple, that I know, I understand where you're coming from, but for an LGBT person to check in your hotel, for example,
May I
should
be
it be
recognized?
protected?
May I be recognized, ma'am?
Yes.
Ang ibig ko lang ma'am sabihin, halimbawa, mayroong isang may-ari ng hotel o di ba? May mag-check-in na same-sex couple. Ayaw niya kasi against yun sa kanyang paniwala. Ang pakiramdam niya, magtotolerate siya ng immorality. So, ayaw niyang tanggapin.
Okay.
So,
Based on that, I have a question. How do you know if those two men who are checking in your hotel are actually a couple to begin with?
ay di, halimbawa ma'am, meron dalawa mag-check-in, parehong lalaki, isang kwarto. Di pwede ko pong tanungin, kayo ba ay couple o kayo ay magkabarkada?
Is that a standard practice to ask? You sleep on this kasi talaga, normal niyo ba?
Ako, siyempre,
I don't think any hotel asks when pag nag-check-in, are you here to sleep or are you here for the sex? I don't think nangyayari. Let's be real, ano? Let's be realistic. These are hypothetical situations. You want to lay down, but
hindi po ako nagsasabing may sex doon. Ayoko lang yung wala po akong sinasabi na bastos ang isip ko.
Okay, not without sex. But how do you actually find out, diba?
Siyempre ma'am, unang-una, common sense lang yun, makikita naman natin.
Ganun.
Pangalawa, yun lang nga po ma'am. Halimbawa,
To be two straight men na mag-work together tapos you will ask na ganun para naman yung discrimination against the straight community yun.
Ako kasi, halimbawa, ako talagang ayos ko.
You can use the SOGIE equality bill if you are straight, pinagkamahan bakla. At in-outcast bakla na hindi ka naman pala bakla. You can use this bill.
Lang po. Yun nga, ako ay laban talaga sa aking conviction yon. May makita ko. So hindi naman po dapat kasalanan yon o katawa-tawa nung magtanong ako, kayo ba ay couple? Kasi ma'am, the moment na magtanong ako, discrimination na yun, tapos ako dito.
Okay, there's no law that will actually prevent you from asking, are you a couple? But no serious hotel in the interest of business will actually ask its clients kung kayo ay, my gosh, honestly, in real life. Yes, Bishop Avante.
Pwede po ba ako mag-cite ng Bible verse kung saan ang gagaling ang belief namin? I will just read it. Kasi
Yes,
nagtatanong kayo, meron bang, ba't ganyan kayo ka-apprehensive? Okay? Basahin ko lang po.
Yes.
I just have 2 points. One is this, and one yung huli na. Okay? Now in Romans chapter 1, kung bakit ganyan kami, ito po ang sabi ng Bible. And I will read from a version na friendly sa lahat. Ang sabi dito, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of man who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. And then verse 22 says, professing to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man and birds and four-footed animals and creeping things. Therefore, God also gave them up unto uncleanness in the lust of their hearts to dishonor their bodies among themselves, who exchange the truth of God for a lie and worship and serve the creature rather than the Creator. For this reason, God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchange the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of women, burned in the lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error which was due. So,
I understand where you're coming from. This is a firmly held belief by your group.
Yes.
Okay, and we respect that. Okay, so that's why you come up with these apprehensions, which we try to address, reasonably address, of course. As I said, we are lawmakers, so our scope, I am not about to enter into doctrinal discussion from here, from the chair, is simply pure respect.
One last point.
Let me finish my statement, please. And rest assured, as I said, we will address your concerns. But in the process of lawmaking, there will always be apprehensions. Even the RH bill, remember, it was very controversial. It was polarizing as well, but nevertheless, it was filed. It was passed into law, I mean. And for all laws for that matter, there's also apprehensions that the law might be abused, it might be taken. Hence, the call to the members of the committee, and as lawmakers, a commitment that we will do our best to prevent the abuse of this law, and to be specific and to be straightforward with what our real intentions are. And I'm speaking for myself, and I also believe on behalf of the principal authors, that the objective is not about same-sex marriage.
Okay. One last point, Your Honor.
Yes.
I wrote a letter.
I will have to recognize Representative Avante.
He mentioned the verse, of course, you already made a statement that religious freedom will never be impaired, di ba? And that's part of the religious freedom we have, no? Okay, ito ang tanong ko kay Bishop Avante.
How are you related?
He is my older brother.
Okay.
Now, if there is homosexual in your church, and the Bible explicitly says out that homosexuality in the Bible is abomination to God.
Yes.
If you expel him from the membership, is that considered discriminatory?
That is considered as part of our religious freedom to do such.
Good.
But we only do that after ministering to the person.
Okay.
And we extend a lot of love and patience and mercy.
But still, if he does not change, will he be expelled, correct?
Yes, he will be.
Okay, let me ask Professor Batad, what does she think about this? Would an expulsion of a homosexual in the church be considered discriminatory according to the bill?
Well, as I see it, if that is their belief, then it could be defensible. In other words, they could defend that, but there is no guarantee that it will be upheld by the Supreme Court.
Therefore, if this becomes a law, you said there's no guarantee, Chairperson, that this will be held by the Supreme Court. Therefore, it might be discriminatory.
That's why, but we are not the judge here in this committee. It will have to go all the way up to the Supreme Court for them to say that it is discriminatory.
Okay.
Why, Chairperson, that is a valid apprehension of the faith community.
Yes. Okay. I want to reassure the different faith communities that if you expel somebody from among your ranks, it is not the intent of this bill to declare that act as discriminatory. Like all groups, faith-based groups, there is a religious belief that you as members have to adhere to. And if that particular member does not adhere to that faith, it is only logical that that person should be expelled. Ganun na lang talaga sa samahan. But sabi ko nga, I want to draw the line here. Hindi ko pinanghihimasukan at it is not the intention of this bill panghimasukan ang inyong religious beliefs or religious practices as long as hindi naman po nakakasakit, and I'm talking about physical violence here, or promotes violence, or not stigma, but it does not promote discriminatory acts that are outside the realm of religious activity. This is not the intention of this bill. Now, talking about possibilities, Professor Batad, when you say there's a possibility, you cannot really gauge, right? How probable or improbable it is.
Yes, it's difficult, Your Honor, because it is borderline. So it could be, the possible defense is that is our religious belief. But we should also remember that there is also the other idea of religious exercise, which is subject to regulation.
Now that
So,
is
we cannot
that's defined
second-guess.
already by jurisprudence, I believe.
Yeah.
So for all practical purposes, again, I reiterate, if you expel somebody from among your ranks sa religion ninyo, that is not to be considered. I mean, it's a common practice actually. Hindi lang sa Catholic Church, the worst case scenario would be excommunication. But it takes a long process and talagang mahabang pagpapasensyahan and a lot of compassion and understanding.
Tama.
Ang inaano
Tama
nila.
po yun, Your Honor. Sa aking period bilang bishop, dalawa pa lang ang in-expel namin eh. At
And
hindi
not on the
LGBT.
basis of LGBT.
Sinungaling.
Kasi there are other motives. Oo nga, sabi ko nga, if you want to be very strict
Yes.
about it. Ako, ayoko na nga magsalita. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Catholic Church, but from my experience as a Catholic,
Just
very
one more point,
tolerant.
Your Honor.
Yes, Bishop Avante.
May I just read the last paragraph in my letter? And you said, referred to apprehension talaga, no? Discrimination and prejudice is apparent in all walks of life. Biases based on gender, religious belief, cultural minorities, age, rank, etc. is apparent everywhere. If we truly want to end discrimination, we must approach it comprehensively, Your Honor. Hence, we support the passage of House Bill number 188. Doon na lang natin ilagay.
To be
For
for
the
the clarity,
comprehensive
comprehensive
anti-discrimination bill.
anti-discrimination. bill.
Yes.
I'm also an author there. Okay, as long as you have the assurance that all protected attributes will be respected. Hindi tayo mag-weed out ng ganyan. We could consider that, but I want to reiterate, of course, that the SOGIE Quality Bill is more specific, while the comprehensive, it has broader strokes, when it comes to the definition of discrimination.
In my discussion with our lawyers, kasi treating this SOGIE bill as just one among others, it's tantamount to having a class legislation, and there is no substantial distinction.
Okay, I want to clarify.
Yes.
There is nothing bad per se about what you call class legislation, because there are other groups who for the longest time have been marginalized, such as IPs. We have the IPRA law, women, we have the Magna Carta for women, anti-UIC, we have class legislation for teachers, for PWD, senior citizens. This is how we do our work in Congress. We want to be, sabi ko nga, the more specific, the better. That's why we develop further ideas. We start with the Constitution as the fundamental of the land, and then we go into Magna Cartas, and then we even go into specifics and we refine. Just this morning, we updated and introduced amendments to our Electronic Violence Against Women and Their Children Act, So, yun po ang aming But thank you very much.
Please be rest assured we would want to work with you.
Thank you,
Hindi lang
Bishop
po kami
Avante.
nag-object. We would want a
And I
resolution.
feel it. I
Yes.
feel it, Bishop
Yes.
Avante. Bishop
Committee Chair.
Avante is one of the more reasonable resource persons, and I really appreciate when you are very specific. Yes, Representative
Vital
Villanueva.
comment from a member of this Congress. Committee Chair, kanina nabanggit niyo na kapag mayroong may-ari ng hotel, restaurant, because of his religious or her religious conviction, hindi niya mapayagan na yung lalaki sa lalaki, babae sa babae, ay gagamit ng kanyang facilities. Dahil ayaw niya maging traitor to God. Dahil mabigat ang Bible eh. Yung mga nagtotolerate ng sexual immorality cannot be accepted in the kingdom of heaven. They will be thrown into the lake of fire, the second death, with burning sulfur. Revelation 21 verse 8. Alam niyo mga pastor yan. Ngayon, ito empirical evidence to. Empirical evidence. Yung may-ari ng Kabayan Hotel, si Mr. Rhythm King, nung siya ay hindi pa born again, ang kanyang hotel ay tambayan ng mga immoral people, no? Talaga, tambayan yon, pasukan, lahat. Nung mga born again sila mag-asawa, natakot sila sa Diyos, sumunod sila ngayon sa Diyos. Ngayon, ang ginawa nila, lahat ng pumapasok sa hotel nila, hinihingan nila ng marriage license. Marriage license. Para sigurado na hindi sila convicted or hindi sila maakusan ng Diyos na conspirators sa such divine sins, ano? Yan ay nangyari hanggang ngayon. Yung Kabayan Hotel, alam ko ganyan. So, yung nabanggit nyo kanina na baka ethical kung magtatanong ka pa, kayo ba mag-asawa, kayo hindi. Empirical evidence po yan sa ating karanasan. Ngayon,
I'm not saying it's unethical. I'm just saying it's not sound business practice.
Okay. Meron lang po akong tanong sa Committee on Women.
Yes po.
And Gender Equality. Yung ipinakita ko po kanina na unfair, unjust participation ng ng transgender woman na halos mabasag ang bungo ng babaeng kalaban doon sa mixed martial arts. Yung pinakita po natin sa screen. Kamuntik na namatay yung babae, no? Wala po bang magagawa ang Committee on Women to protect the women in such cases? Meron ba kayong naiisip sa inyong bill
Because
na hindi
it's,
ito maulit sa Pilipinas?
Representative Avante, may I answer your question? We have not come out with any statement regarding that hypothetical situation, precisely because it's hypothetical here in our country.
Hindi
Does
po
not
hypothetical
happen.
yan.
That's the United
Reality po
States. It's
yan.
beyond our jurisdiction. And as a committee, we can only make resolutions when it comes to events that happen within our national territory. Secondly, ayan.
Excuse me po,
Yes.
Dr. Pineda, maghapon dito.
Yes po.
Pwede
Okay.
natin yung kanyang simple testimony because
Yes,
she was
yes.
expressed last time.
The chair will appreciate it if you allow the wisdom of this chair to decide which resource person comes next. Because this morning, we have heard the testimonies of people, 9 out of 10 are against the SOGIE Quality Bill. So the next resource person that I'm going to call will be a government agency. And I appreciate it if you do not question the wisdom of this chair, because even if we have to stay here until 6 p.m., I will hear you out. Handa ba kayo?
Importante po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, yung pong gusto ko lang pong malaman ni Dr. Pineda na hindi nagbingi-bingihan ang inyong abang lingkod, na ma-express ninyo yung freedom of expression na nakartail nung last hearing. Nakita ko po yun marami nakapansin nun marami yung tumawag sa akin. Pero nakita po ninyo ang decision ng chair, uunahin muna yung iba. Kaya pasensya na po kayo.
Okay, for the knowledge of everyone, that statement that your right was curtailed is an interpretation of Representative Avante. Other groups were also
Chair,
sorry, favorite kasi kita. Sorry, by Representative Alona is his personal interpretation of the proceedings here. As other members can witness too, I tried to be as fair as possible, and I've also cut groups who are in favor of this bill. So let's not take it personally, huh? Let's not take it personally. You will be heard. I'm ready to stay here until 6 p.m. kung kinakailangan. Okay, actually pa nga, last time, you exceeded your 3 minutes. So I will not tolerate anymore kind of judgment on the actions that we have taken out of respect Please, I'm begging for your respect. Let us not put personal judgments forward with the actions of this committee out of respect for your
Mr. Chair,
colleagues.
one question, please.
Yes, Representative Villanueva.
Dito po sa hearing ng Committee on Women and Gender Equality, pwede po bang gawin ang lahat ng magagawa ng committee na ito na talagang naipakita natin sa buong sambay ng Pilipino, sa 110 million Filipinos, na ang hearing na ito ay public hearing. Walang iota of suppression
Meron ba tayong
sa mga,
live?
mga
Yes, Your Worship.
stakeholders. Kasi katulad yan, hindi na magbilang ang nakakita ng last hearing na si Dr. Pineda.
Representative Villanueva, once more, please refrain from using the term suppression because you are trying to read already into my intentions and to my knowledge. You are not a mind reader. And you also have my assurance that if I have to limit the time is because we had our session to attend to and hindi talaga po pwede. Talaga, everybody cannot have an only time.
Pasensya na po
Kahit
kayo.
nga, opo.
Ako po kasi nag-ahari sa akin yung pagiging full-blooded Democrat ko. Na pag mayroong voting suppression, aktivista pa ako.
Okay, so
pupunta ako sa kalsada. Ayoko nung merong suppression of freedom eh. Tapos member ako ng Congress, 19 Congress. Isang doktora
ko ng
na nagpatok
extension.
ako. Isang surgeon.
Ayan.
Pag hindi siya, pag hindi niya inoperahan ng transgender, makukulong siya because of this bill. Kung maging batas tong bill.
Representative
Villanueva. Pilipinas, malaman ito ng buong ng 110 million.
Yes. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Representative Villanueva. I want to remind everyone that we are being broadcast live via the Facebook page of the House of Representatives of the Philippines. So ito po lahat ay napapanood po ng ating bansa. Sana nga maraming nanonood. So we will be hearing you. And now it is my call to call on Attorney J. Lim from Department of National Defense. Attorney Lim, nariyan po ba kayo?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the Honorable.
Ayan, naglo-lowbat ng ating mga baterya.
Hello.
May baterya pa ba kayo? May pagkain po tayo dyan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the honorable members of the committee and the members of Congress, as well as the resource persons and guests. Good afternoon, everyone. The Department of National Defense supports the enactment of any proposed measure that aims to protect individuals from all forms of discrimination and unequal treatment. However, Madam Chair, we respectfully request that the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the establishment responsible for upholding the sovereignty and defending the territory of the Republic of the Philippines, be given an exemption to its application. We find that the discriminatory practices as defined in the pending bills, particularly in entering military service, wherein members of the LGBTQIA+ should have access to military service are deemed unnecessary. The DND-AFP does not discriminate against any applicant for military service, but qualifications and standards are prescribed to select the best and the finest who will defend the Filipino people from any threat to national security. It is respectfully submitted that military service is a unique profession that should not be taken in the sense of a mere promotion of public employment or giving everyone's opportunity for livelihood. Such provisions will indeed have unnecessary effects in the actual enlistment process, such as the allocation of mandatory quota for a particular group to the—
May I interrupt? Can you be more specific? Which section and which letter?
Madam Chair, House Bill number
222?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Section?
I think it's in the discriminatory practice.
Okay. Okay, so let's find out what you are referring to. I hope you know where you're coming from. And it would enlighten this committee if you could provide a specific provision on which you have based your position.
Madam Chair, I think it's item C of Section
Item C,
5.
I shall read, including SOGIE SC as well as the disclosure of one SOGIE SC in the criteria for hiring, transfer, destination work, etc., etc. Okay, now you're talking from the military experience. Okay. Now, is it your standard practice to ask a person about his SOGIE SC?
No, Madam Chair.
No, it is not. Okay, therefore you're not discriminatory in that sense. Okay. Opportunities, training, and other learning and development intervention, incentives, privileges, benefits, or allowances, and other terms and conditions of employment. Okay. To your knowledge, has the DND committed any acts of discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community, depriving them of development opportunities, training, and other learning development interventions on the basis of that person's SOGIE SC?
No, Madam Chair.
No. Okay, very good. So what are you afraid of?
If I may finish, Madam Chair. Basically, we are requesting for adoption of exceptions grounded on bona fide occupational qualification and inherent requirements of the job, which is also allowed in the.
Of course,
Yeah,
that is the very definition of discrimination. When irrelevant factors or considerations are taken into consideration, but if that factor is relevant to the nature of the job, it cannot be considered discriminatory. That is defined already in our definition of terms. And your position is?
We would like to request for an exemption in the application of this. Basically, that's our request, Madam Chair.
Application
Of the SOGIE SC bill, or if it becomes a law.
application for admission into the military? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, I am a reservist officer in the Philippine Army, and I was treated so well. Maybe perks of my position, but I would like to think it's not because I am an entitled person, but rather a recognition of your best practices in the AFP. So yes, we will consider your recommendation. It is not the intent of this bill to enter into the practices within the military. In fact, I want to laud our police forces because I have met several transgender sergeants and lieutenants who exercise their duty na like any other police officer. And also I have met military officers and officials. And basically what I observed in the military is that nobody asks, ano ba ang SOGIE SC mo? Walang nagtatanong eh. Para bang don't ask, don't confirm. Just do your job. Tama ba?
Yes, Madam Chair. We
Okay.
don't discriminate. However, Madam Chair, our problem is, for example, an applicant, for example, has biological male. However, if he or she identify as a woman, and we have certain standards, for example,
yes.
for male and female,
The
number of
forbid you from exacting and asking for the requirements. And normally, to my knowledge, it is always the birth certificate.
Yes, we use that standard, Madam Chair.
Okay, and that this bill does not even question or intend to change that standard.
However, Madam Chair, I think the definition of discrimination is kind of broad. That's why we are apprehensive about it, that it might amend our policies.
Okay, I would appreciate it, Attorney Lim, if you submit concrete suggestions so that we can address your concerns. They're very much welcome in this committee. Can I count on that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, and we want to hear also from the military, technical working group para mas maging prolific tayo, productive. Okay?
Okay, may I?
Yes, Representative Villanueva.
May I interpolate him for a while?
Yes, please.
Okay, Attorney J. Lim. Are you the official spokesman of the Department of National Defense?
I was sent, Mr. Chair, Honorable Villanueva.
You can address the chair. first.
Madam Chair, I was sent here, I was authorized to represent the department for this specific meeting.
You are
I'm not the spokesperson, but for this specific meeting, I'm authorized to represent the department.
So does it mean that your stand is the official stand of the Department of National Defense?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do you consider that there are delicate posts and positions in the Department of National Defense, especially in the military system of the country, especially when there is a war or Cold War, that anybody just regardless of gender can just be appointed, especially when the gender is LGBT, and it is dangerous to discriminate them. So is there not a danger that you will be risking the security of the nation?
Madam Chair, we don't see any danger considering that not all the people that we sent to, for example, war are doing war fighting or physical war fighting. Some of them can be used for intelligence. Some of them can be used to man a drone, for example.
What I mean, hindi ito general na basta may nag-apply at tinanggihan halimbawa ng commanding officer dahil sa tingin niya hindi qualified siya physically, mentally, especially holding delicate positions in protecting the security of the nation. Hindi siya ma-penalize o makukulong o makakasuhan.
Yes, Madam.
So my simple question is this. What you are saying is the official stand of the Department of National Defense, especially the Secretary of National Defense.
This position was approved by the Secretary, by the OIC Secretary of National Defense. Madam Chair.
Please take note of that, faith community. That's my only point is that if there would be reckless appointments in such delicate positions in the military or police system of our country, that simply because of this bill that could be a law, it would not endanger the security of our nation. That's all my concern.
Yes, thank you very much.
If I may clarify, Madam Chair.
Let me just state something. Okay, that is a general principle. The appointment of high positions in our country, there are many considerations, but I would like to believe that the SOGIE SC of an individual is not really that relevant because in the same manner that there are straight people who are not qualified, there are also straight LGBT people who are not qualified. So we cannot generalize. Marami nga dyang LGBT na mas matapang pa nga eh. And in fact, for all you know, there are already LGBT people sa upper echelons ng police at military, but they just keep quiet. We walk amongst you. Thank you, Attorney Lim. Thank you. Proceed to the next resource person. Ito pinangakuan ko, Bishop Leo Alconga from the Philippines for Jesus Movement. Bishop Alconga, the floor is yours.
Maraming salamat po, Chairperson. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Una po, bago po ako mag-present ng aking sasabihin o sharing. Chairperson, marami pong nagtatanong, ano ho ba ang definition ng third gender?
Wala po dito sa batas ang term na third gender.
So wala po. Opo. Salamat po.
Meron po tayong pinag-uusapan na sex. And this is just a biological fact. Biologically, men are are born male or female or intersex. There are such things, persons who are hermaphrodites or intersex. Very rare, but they're human beings as well.
Salamat po.
They are people.
Salamat po.
And valid.
Ang iba ko pong sasabihin ay nasabi na po ng marami, kaya naghahalongkat na lang po. Naghahalongkat na lang po ako ng sasabihin ko po. Number one po, in behalf of the Philippines for Jesus Movement, nais po namin sabihin na we are against all forms of discrimination. And we are for equality. Bakit po? Sapagkat ito po ang provision ng ating Constitution. Sa preamble pa lamang ay sinasabi doon na manangan tayo at humingi ng tulong sa Diyos. At pagkatapos ay binabanggit ang mga bagay-bagay. Ang isa doon na binanggit ay equality. Doon pa lamang sa preamble ng ating Constitution ay pinag-usapan na ang equality, the protective custody of Constitution, na ang lahat ay equal. Opo. Pangalawa po, kami po ay hindi sumasang-ayon sa proposed bill na ito, Chairperson, sapagkat kami po naniniwala na ang Constitution and other established laws are more than enough.
Bishop Alconga, did you listen to the discussion carried out earlier, wherein we all agreed that the Constitution is a declaration of principles, but it needs enabling laws?
Hindi po, mayroon po akong karugtong po eh. Hindi po yan ang aking talagang tinutukoy.
Okay, please proceed.
Opo. Ay, nariyan po sa aming pangunawa ng protection at saka ang abiding power and authority of the Constitution. Especially yung mga binanggit na kanina, Bill of Rights, the Labor Code, Civil Code, Revised Penal Code, Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995, RA 9710, Magna Carta for Women. Pero ang aming apprehension na banggit na dito na dahil po sa repealing clause of
Bishop Alconga, did you not listen to the testimony on the repealing clause?
Opo.
And also the commitment of this chair that we're willing to modify the repealing clause?
Opo.
So can you proceed to another point then?
Just expressing our apprehension.
Yes, but
Narinig
that
ko po yun.
apprehension is
Narinig ko. At ako
yes, thank you.
Ang kaligaligan ko po ay nabawasan dahil po doon sa discussion na yan. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, affirmation noon yung sinasabi na discuss kanina.
Yes po.
Ayun po. Affirmation po yun na ang mga apprehension namin ay hindi pala sakop ng repealing clause ng batas na ng proposed na batas na ito. Yan lang po ang gusto kong i-emphasize po.
Yes. For Bishop Alconga, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to also encourage you to be more specific with the provisions, katulad ng ginagawa ng ating ibang, like pinag-usapan natin repealing clause, yung separability clause, etc. So we can pinpoint at magawa natin ng paraan.
Opo. Kaya
Maraming
yun nga po,
salamat.
repealing clause ay section 16 po yun
Opo.
na
Gagawin
na-discuss
po
na po
natin.
kanina.
Yes po. Maraming salamat, Bishop Alconga. Thank
Opo.
you. Thank you.
Pagpatuloy ko lang po na kami rin po ay very, very, very faithful sa aming tinatawag na vocation. The vocation of our faith. Kaya kami po ay suportado namin ng anti-discrimination at saka yung equality because it is also the command of our God. For example po, sinabi po ni Apostle Paul, sabi niya, there is no more female or male, for all of you are one in Jesus Christ. All right? Si Apostle Peter nagsabi rin po, Acts 10:34-35. He said, I now truly understand that God shows no partiality. O sa ibang translation nito ay maaari natin masabing discrimination. Wala pong discrimination ang Diyos. Kaya kami po ay kasama ninyo dito. Romans 5:8, God demonstrated His love toward us all. Wala po siyang discrimination. That while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us.
Bishop Alconga, yes, we appreciate your declaration of faith that you believe in non-discrimination. And we, as I said, we share it here. The only difference is that as lawmakers, we do not only declare our principle against discrimination, we make enabling laws to reflect that principle. Okay, so can you go straight to the point?
Okay po. At ang amin pong nabanggit na, so summarize ko na lang, we are apprehensive of the result of this bill as far as the family is concerned. We are apprehensive of this bill because of the impending so-called possibilities of the sanctity of marriage will be diminished and the sanctity of family will be diminished.
Once again, we have thoroughly discussed the issue of the definition of marriage, which remains under our current laws
Yes.
to be the permanent union between man and woman. And we have also addressed the possible provisions that you say could be open to misinterpretation to allow same-sex marriage. So I reiterate, you've said it, we know it,
Yes.
we've addressed it.
Yes.
So what are we talking about?
We will just would like to put on record our
Yes,
position. That's
yes,
all.
very clear.
That's
Thank
all.
you. Thank you.
That's why it may sound repetitive, but we'll just want to be put on record where we stand
Yes,
and where our position is.
clearly and thoroughly noted.
Okay. Sa pagwawakas po ay pwede po kayo may suggest ko na palawakin pa natin ang pagdinig ng proposal ng mga 7 bills na ito. Maaring magkaroon kami po sa aming grupo ay magkaroon po kami ng tinatawag na educational campaign. Na wala pong discriminatory aspect. Bigay lang po namin kung ano po ang dapat malaman ng aming constituencies.
The chair reminds all resource people that any activity that is beyond the committee hearing is definitely should not be initiated nor spearheaded by this committee. We limit our work to our job of lawmaking, and we will focus on the bill itself and its provisions and its contents. Now, with regard to your request na palawakin, there has been a motion that has been filed and duly seconded for the creation of technical working group. A technical working group is the most efficient way of dealing with lawmaking. It will serve as a venue for all concerns, but when it comes to that point, you have to be very specific on which provisions or lines or whatever there is in the bill that you like or you don't like, you want amended. We cannot continuously and forever make this committee hearing a venue for this, motherhood statements. And we have to be specific. Kasi po, ito po ang aming mandato. Sana unawain nyo. Papakinggan namin, ang sabi ko pa nga, pagdating ng technical working group, you talk among yourselves, you talk to a lawyer to present kung ano ba mga legal points that you want to raise. Because this is the wavelength that we work on, legal wavelength. So pagdating po ng technical working group, ayan po, pakisaad nyo na po. Ito. Medyo open yan sa ganito. O address natin yan. Pero yung mga information campaign, bahala na po kayo if you want to hold that. Hindi po trabaho namin sa Kongreso ang information campaign. Nasa mga lobbyists na po yan. Yung mga pro and mga kontra, you can carry out your information campaign. But sabi ko nga, please be objective. Kung akala dyan na ito ay same-sex marriage bill, hindi naman po totoo. Meron din naman tayong, if we want to cite yung 10 Commandments, thou shalt not bear false witness. Yun na nga ho. That's beyond our work. Our work is to legislate, to deal with the bill as is, and to listen to you, but it has to be in a constructive manner. It would be a waste of time if we convert the committee into just a venue for the expression of motherhood statements and general statements that lead nowhere. Because honestly speaking, I refuse to enter into doctrinal discussions anymore. Sige na, pag-sabihin nyo na ko nung paniniwala nyo and we respect that. Pero focus kami dito sa trabaho sa bill. Okay po ba, Bishop Alconga?
Okay po. Pasensya na po kayo na magkaroon po ng motion dito for that technical working committee. Nasa CR po ako. Pasensya na po.
Sa technical worker, there's nothing to fear. It's the most efficient way. It's the most efficient way, actually.
Opo.
Kasi you go into practicals na, imbes na yung nag-declare tayo ng mga personal testimonies, personal experience, na hindi mo naman masasabi kung transferable or pwede mo ma-extrapolate sa other people, doon na tayo sa bill talaga. This is the reason why we're holding this committee.
Last na lang
Maraming
po.
salamat po.
Opo, salamat. Last na lang po. Magbabasa lang po ako ng sinasabi ni Apostle Paul. Even salvation has no discrimination. If with your mouth you confess that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart, God raised him from the dead, all of you will be saved. Thank you po. Salamat po.
By the way, I want to remind all of you that my esteemed colleague, Representative Amina, is a Muslim.
Opo.
Okay, and you keep saying about Jesus Christ, which I respect. Pero sana may pakundangan tayo. We live in a country of different religions and different ideologies. The least we can do is not to be so. I understand where you're coming from. What do I expect? You're a pastor, right?
Yes.
But this is Congress. Technically speaking, it has to be neutral. Because I have brothers and sisters from the Muslim faith. Panay Jesus Christ, pasensya na, Representative Amina.
Kami po ay nirespeto po namin lahat na religion. What I was just expressing is what also we believe written in the Bible.
Thank you
Alam
very
ko
much.
naman nirespeto rin nila kami.
Of course,
Di
and
ba?
I don't hear them proclaiming the Quran.
Salamat po.
Thank you. Same here, also Director Buendia. When you recommend Jesus as a cure for gays, I respect that. But tell that to our Muslim brothers and sisters and Muslim brothers and sisters. Go ahead, but not here in the committee. Thank you. Next resource person in Zoom is, nangako rin ako dito. Is he a pastor? Pastor Suiko from the Lord Who Cares Foundation, Incorporated. Pastor.
Good
Suiko.
afternoon po. Greetings from Cebu. I'm from Cebu po. Babae po ako. Sounds Italian, but I'm Filipino. Okay. Many of the things I wanted to say had been spoken already. So I'll just
Audio, please. Technical team.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Are you a pastor? Madam?
I'm an educator po. I'm in a training ministry. The name of our foundation is called the Lord Who Cares Foundation. So may mga cares lang ako na gustong i-share.
Yes.
Specifically,
Have you, meron po ba kayong microphone?
oh, teka. I will try my best. I will. Okay.
Can you mic test? Magsalita
Mic
po kayo.
Mic test. Hello.
Okay, I think that's audible enough. Please proceed.
Okay. That's what I've said. I'm from the Lord Who Cares Foundation, and I'm a biology graduate. I am also a researcher, a curriculum specialist. I would like to speak po in behalf of vulnerable young people, especially from troubled homes. Para sa akin po, I have been reviewing this because I also joined the Senate hearing. We are apprehensive. We go against this bill in the sense that, okay, first of all po, gustong-gusto ko yung nangyari kanina na finally faith-based organizations, I hope it really cross the mind of everyone, especially to the LGBT community, na hindi talaga kami haters. Before LGBTQ and SOGIE acronyms were made, kahit you make a tour po on different ministries, We have served these individuals in livelihood projects, in feeding programs, jail ministries, education, sa mga schools, sa mga churches. So I really affirm what the rest have said na love is spread to all, services are spread to all. So we're also very happy na a lot of LGBTQ communities or individuals
Madam
are
Suiko,
prospering.
thank you very much for that. But could you kindly proceed to your position? Thank you.
Okay, number one po, I'd like to show you po how SOGIE looks on ground. Okay, so sa tingin ko po, I just quickly want to use the two words again. It divides us in even sa definition of terms. Parang ma-polarize po. Biology is divide and truth is polarized. And again, we had already sorted it out a while ago na parang siyang belief system. And salamat na this will not be imposed. Sana talaga on the religious or faith-based groups kasi meron talaga ng mga time-tested principles na nini-respect namin si Lord through what the Constitution also protects. Now, I just would like to ask po, ang laki-laki ng penalty na linagay dito, 100 to 500K ang penalty po. Pero I don't know if I'm completely right, but it seems that it is parang adult LGBTQ mostly are the ones targeted to be protected by this. But if you compare it with R8 7610, ang baba-baba po ng penalty na bata pa, na almost defenseless ang targeted protected individuals. 5 to 10K lang po and much lower years or time of imprisonment. So much extremely higher talaga ang SOGIE. Number two, SOGIE at home. May mga parents talaga that should, they want to make sure that their children stay in conservative ways of life. So ito, the protected rights of the parents mandated by law, concern namin yan. This is one of the worst things.
That was truly addressed, Madam Suiko. He said that we recognize the right of parents to rear and raise their children in accordance with their belief and value system.
Kasi po, for the 23 years ng fieldwork namin, malaki talagang kailangan na ang families should be a strong one, and if it is disbanded,
please proceed.
Okay, if it is disbanded po, malaking gasto sa gobyerno pag ang mga families ma-affected. In church, of course, again, I'd like to repeat, we would like continuation, undistracted, and yung spread of the gospel. Philippine urbanization, modernization, and whatever development it does, it is always best sustained by positive individuals. And yun talaga ang commitment ng church, ng schools na faith-based. So doon kami malaking what God has started already, let it be not disrupted. So in school, okay, although hindi masyadong nakita sa bill po, I'm concerned po na sa schools kung maging, the law mandates that children which is like estimated to be 12 million kids in the Philippines are poor. And they are mostly vulnerable dahil usually broken homes or dysfunctional homes din sila. So the school remains, the public schools, like 24 million kids, handled by over a million.
Please. Your point is, the premise is already understood. Please continue and go straight to the point.
My point is very important po na ang modeling ng teachers, ng environment, kasi tatlo yan sa law ng Child and Welfare Code. Sabi doon, give proper environment, pro-development experiences, and the good information for proper living. So again, no, this was discussed na the academic freedom, which is usually linked to religious freedom of schools, should not be disrupted. So meron akong mga concern. I don't know if you noticed the publication of Leyte National High School. There was a child, and I believe the principal allowed, because maybe there was already a circular cross-dressing ng bata.
Yes, there is a circular from the DepEd which allows mix.
And then wala akong problema kung choice ng isang lalaki mag cross-dress dahil choice yan niya. Pero pag sa school siya, I believe the child was subjected to more bashing. So concerned ako kasi we cannot force the rest of the school
That concern has to be addressed by the Department of Education, which came out with a circular. Please focus on the bill and which part you like or don't.
Okay. So I just want to share from the heart po. No SOGIE for 23 years. I don't believe it's because we are a laid-back nation. I also don't believe that because we are intolerant to LGBTQ. The most recent research po, 2020, ng Pew Research says meron daw 73% of Filipinos acceptability to homosexuals. That's why marami talagang progressing din in different employment fields. So I just want to say po na maybe
it's more than 5 minutes already.
Yeah. So can I give my last few recommendations? So, okay. Again, it was I think the whole day there really were valid concerns from faith-based groups. So and then there also was, I want to say po na kahit walang national laws, merong mga ordinances na nangyayari. Concerned kami kung proper or as a sign of good governance, were schools and churches invited to public hearings? Saan namin yan? If it can be reviewed, kasi ginagamit yung statistics during last hearing po. Secondly, instead of legislation, kasi marami talagang concerns ang naparating dyan, can we come up, kasi the Lord who cares kami. So caring ang approach namin, what really are the true needs of this community that the government and the rest of the public can serve best. Last po, kanina narinig natin marami.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Suiko, for sharing your, just for the information of everyone, that this is a policy circular, no, from the Department of Education. The Department of Education will strictly implement this gender-responsive basic education policy. And according to this, simula sa araw ito, mga public schools lang po ito. All trans and non-binary students and teachers can express the gender and they identify with as. No LGBTQI+ student will be discriminated against due to their identities, orientation, and expression. This is anong order ito? DepEd Order 32, series of 2017. Okay. And also for the information menu, yung sinasabi ng mga anti-discrimination ordinances, there are more than 60 plus LGUs throughout the country who have a non-discrimination or anti-discrimination ordinances. All right, we shall proceed to.
May I have a minute? May I have a minute more?
No, you may not. You have exceeded already your turn. We will try to communicate with you and so that you can send your official position paper. Thank you very much, Madam Suiko. We will now recognize Melo Esguerra from the Love is All We Need.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melo Esguerra Jr. I'm a junior of my father, who was a police colonel. And listening to everyone's point of view today is very enlightening. And I'm an activist for gender equality, being a member of the LGBT community myself. And I just want to emphasize that discrimination in this country is very real. We experience it every day. I grew up to be discriminated in the school where I went to. I was 14 years old when in that Jesuit school, the Jesuit principal wanted me out of the school for the basis of being gay. My parents, my father, who was a police colonel, and my mom, who was a very devout, born-again Christian, defended me. My dad had to speak to the principal. So the Jesuit principal welcomed my dad in his office and said, "Sir, thank you for being here because we have a very big problem. Your son is very gay." My dad, in his calm voice and very composed, just said to the Jesuit principal, "Father, with all due respect, I know my son better than you do. He is my child. He is my son. And I want you to allow him to grow as who he is. Otherwise, he will never reach his potential. Your only responsibility as the principal of this school is to allow each and every student to reach their potential." I was 14 years old then. Had I not have parents who didn't love me for who I am, that would have been a dead end for a child. But thank God for my parents who just really loved me, saw through the person in me, regardless, because I am their child. And I became the successful person that I am right now because of that. And I will continue to fight for the voiceless and silenced people in the LGBT community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Melo, for sharing. But in fairness to the Jesuits, my classmate is Reverend Roberto Rivera, who heads Ateneo de Naga. And there was a case of a trans woman who excelled in academics. And initially, ayaw siyang payagan mag-graduate because of the uniform, So, pumunta siya, nag-appeal siya kay Robert Rivera, my class in SJ, Society of Jesus. And Robert Rivera said, "No, you passed, you have the right to graduate, and you're wearing a uniform will not diminish from the graduation rights and will not threaten the religious belief of the others who are attending." And show this letter to anyone who might question you. So bravo, Reverend Robert Rivera, my classmate from the Ateneo. And the Jesuits also protected me in high school. Sorry na ganun. Which only proves na, okay, sa loob ng Catholic Church, merong conservative, merong more liberal, even within the same order, no? So which begs the question, whose personal beliefs should prevail? Are they actually religious beliefs? Religious beliefs ba ng principal na yun, or religious beliefs ni Father Rivera? Or is that just an individual personal belief? Because I'm trying to imagine, Melo, if we started defending the individual beliefs, wala na mangyayari sa bansa. We cannot legislate because everybody will always find something to feel offended about, Nevertheless, that said, we should proceed with our work here in Congress. Thank you very much. The next resource person is, talking about the Department of Education. We shall hear from Ricardo Ador Dionisio. Are you there? Or is it LS Kingat or Director Suzette Ganaban Medina? Marami kasing DepEd. May I ask just one of them to speak? Or Mildred Zamar? Are you still there? Lunch break na. Or Camille Cariaga? Okay, wala. Okay, I'm instructing the committee secretariat to contact the DepEd and ask them to submit their official position paper to this committee. Okay, now we shall ask, okay, I want to recognize now. No, I want to recognize narito si Doktora Pineda. Okay. Doktora Pineda, ng organization kayo? Anong organization po kayo, Doktora Pineda?
My mic is not working.
It is. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm from the Ethics Committee of the Philippine Dharma Society, and I'm also representing University of the Philippines, College of Medicine, class 77.
Just class 77.
Yes.
Okay, so if you are holding the official statement of class 77,
yes.
College of Medicine.
Yeah.
And how about the Philippine Dermatological Association?
Part of the Ethics Committee.
Or were you asked to testify on behalf of
Yes, Ethics Committee.
of the Ethics
Philippine-
Committee of the Philippine
Philippine
Dermatological
Society.
Association?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
you are officially designated
Yes.
by the president and the officers? Or
The-
was this just a decision of the Ethics Committee?
The Ethics Committee. Yeah. And then the UP class 77 po.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'd be more interested in finding out the statement of the Philippine Dermatological Association.
Yes.
Okay,
please
of
po.
course, when we want to talk about skincare.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Can I start now?
Yes,
Can I be
please.
given the permission? Yeah. Okay.
But please do not start your testimony
No more.
saying that you had
No more.
problem with people with HIV.
No. I
You have a
wouldn't.
current HIV law, may I remind you?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I already apologized for that, committee chair. Yeah. And so I'm gonna start with, this is a growing concern for us medical doctors. If this bill gets passed, because this is about Section 5 of the discriminatory rights. Wait a minute, it's not.
Paragraph?
Yeah, wait a minute. Yes. Okay, it says here, G, section 5, letter G, denying a person's access to public or private medical and other health services open to the general public on the basis of such person's SOGIE. Okay, this really affects us because there are a lot of gray areas in this. For example, can I just give a specific example?
And from your experience as a
Yes, from my experience,
dermatologist.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, there are LGBT people who goes to our clinic to have hormonal injections. Yes, and if this bill gets passed, we can be sanctioned if we refuse them.
Of course not.
So
Let me just state that
Yeah.
number one, the field of hormones is not
Yes.
your specialty. This is endocrinology. And a patient cannot demand hormones from a dermatologist, except if it is used for therapeutic like anti-acne. I know you administer
we do.
certain hormones.
Yes.
So if you deny that person who is asking for her hormones to transition, you have
Yes.
grounds, valid grounds not to administer these hormones, because the proper doctor you would have to go to would be an endocrinologist.
This happened just a few weeks ago.
What happened?
Somebody from the LGBT community wanted my nurse to inject the hormones.
Oh, the nurse can deny.
So
Definitely, because
this is a concern.
number one,
on.
hormones are not over-the-counter
Yeah,
drugs.
but this
You
is
have to have a prescription, and the law is very clear when it comes to prescription drugs.
Yes,
So you have the bare basis, a
Yes.
legal basis, in fact, to say no, and
yes.
you will not be penalized under the SOGIE
Okay.
Equality Bill.
That's a good assurance, Your Honor. But as we know, there are a lot of hormones that are circulating in the black market from Thailand, and these are injectables. And then some of the LGBTQ people go to the health center, and if they have friends there, they are given the birth control pills for women. So this is kind of
Okay, it
concerns
is not the
us.
jurisdiction of Committee on Women and Gender Equality to deal with the poor administration and handling of medicines and drugs. It is there is another, it's the Committee on Health. You're barking at the wrong tree. Please proceed.
Yeah, because I believe this is a growing concern for us.
Yes, I would like to
because-
hear from the Philippine Endocrinological
Yes,
Society
please.
a statement saying that hormonal treatment is per se bad. But since you are not a member of the Philippine Endocrinological Society, I doubt that you are the qualified person to speak about this matter. Now, if your complaint is about the administration of drugs in an illegal manner, this is not the committee that is to address that. We have a committee on health. And you have to find a congressman or congresswoman who is willing to file a resolution in aid of for an investigation in aid of legislation on the illegal drug trade.
Because Your Honor, it's such a gray area right now, so we are just concerned about
Yes, and I
this
think
refusing.
I think that there are laws. No, in fact, there are laws with regard to prescription drugs. So we just have to follow the law.
Yeah,
Okay,
but-
and the violation of such law is not under the jurisdiction of this committee. Please proceed.
Yeah, okay, and then another thing would be the sanctions. Yeah, so this is one of the first point. The SOGIE bill might force medical doctors to do things that may not be congruent with their conscience and Hippocratic code, because like we have an oath to not to do harm to our patients, and also to weigh the risk versus benefit before we administer anything, and considering that there are researches of the adverse effects of hormonal therapy.
Yes, you know what? Each doctor applies his or her ethical standards. And normally these are based on his or her experience. And if that doctor honestly believes that it is bad for the patient, then the doctor has the right not to administer. Besides, hindi lang naman kayo ang doktor. Meron namang ibang doktor na pumapayag naman. So please do not come to me with a general statement that it seems that all doctors are against hormonal administration.
I did not say that, but like us in the ethics committee, the ethical issue is that our main concern is not to do any harm on the patients. And since there
Of course, nobody wants to
Yeah.
harm himself or herself.
Yeah.
But of course, that is between the patient and the doctor. Now, with regard to the medical community, the provision that actually is included in the SOGIE Equality Bill is in the denying of private medical and other health services open to the general public based on one's SOGIE SC. But this goes without saying that the health of that patient has to be taken into consideration.
Yes, that's right.
Mhm.
That's right. That's why that is more of our concern, the
Mhm.
risk involved in
Okay.
the administration of drugs that are not controlled. Yeah, this is more on the health risk on the LGBT community.
Yes,
Yes.
and we also know for a fact that all drugs, whether anti-hypertension drugs, or even, I don't know, painkillers also have their dire effects.
Yes.
And so it's really true or false.
Of
They have
course,
side effects
yes,
also.
I agree.
All drugs
I agree,
have their
Your
side effects. So it really depends on the medical practitioner to decide, I don't know, whether to administer at all or the proper dosage or not.
But my point is, how can we protect ourselves, Your Honor? Yeah, because
Okay, would it
Yeah.
suffice that we include a provision that you could suggest, you yourself could suggest,
yes,
para maprotektahan
Yeah,
kayo,
that
like a
would be-
caveat? denying a person access to public and private medical or
Yes.
other health services open to the general public on the basis of person SOGIE SC, provided that, dyan, pwede na kayo
Yes.
mag-suggest.
Okay, thank you, committee chair. And then another cause of concern, which is already happening in other countries, but we don't have our own data in the Philippines, is that there are some countries that allows pubertal blockers to suppress the onset of puberty. And this is such a dangerous thing because
Okay, for you to declare it as
Yeah.
dangerous is, I think,
I have some references.
you have some
Yes,
references.
it's in the footnote.
So you're
of the
saying that the
position paper.
practitioners of those who administer prepubertal drugs are irresponsible?
No, I'm not. That's not my statement. I'm not making an absolute statement. I'm
Are you
just
assuming? Because if you say that these are unsafe practices and there are other doctors who carry out these practices,
They
you are
have-
in fact saying that
they-
these doctors are carrying out unsafe
they have the
practices.
freedom to do that.
Okay.
But then there are some precedents now wherein pubertal blockers are given without parental consent. So I'm just so
Okay. So that has to be
apprehensive.
addressed in the Committee of
Yeah,
Health, on Health.
I am just so apprehensive if this happens to our country. So that's why I'm asking you, how can
Are you
we?
concerned about the administration per se of prepubertal drugs, hormone suppressants, or the irresponsible administration or without the parents' consent?
Yes, that's the one that really.
Okay, the
concerns
second
us.
one is the one you are against.
Yes.
Okay, that can be addressed in the Committee of Health
Yeah,
with regard to the practice of
because there were some studies that showed some of them had vision loss and cognitive decline. So that's just my concern. And some had prolactinomas in the brain.
the person
So,
speaking before you
yes.
has no cognitive difficulties. For you to make a sweeping statement, I think,
I'm not
even from a
saying,
scientific point of view, okay, this discussion is ended because I feel that we are dealing with issues that are irrelevant to this bill. What I'm saying is that I look forward to hearing your suggestions so that medical practitioners would be protected. And of
Yes.
course, first and foremost, the patients
the patients.
themselves.
That's right. So actually, this is my last point, that the penalty and the sanctions that are in the section 8 of your bill says that we can, if we can be sanctioned to like 100,000 to 500,000 pesos and 1 year to 12 years of imprisonment.
Okay.
So
Thank
yeah.
you. We will bear
Yes.
that into consideration. You know, these are things that we can modify more or less. We will see, and we will listen to each and every one of you, understand where you're coming from. So at this point, I would like to instruct Dr. Pineda
Yes.
to submit to this committee the official statement from the Philippine Dermatological
Sure.
Society.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me airtime again. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Know this, that I'm not making an absolute and sweeping statement.
All
Okay,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We shall now call Dr. Reyes from the Psychological Association of the Philippines. Dr. Ver.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Congress. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Again, the Psychological Association of the Philippines reiterates.
Dr. Reyes.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, before you proceed, may I ask, is this the official, what you're about to read, is this the official statement of the Psychological Association of the Philippines?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, okay. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you
Proceed.
very much. Again, the Psychological Association of the Philippines reiterates our support of the fundamental human rights of all people in the SOGIE SC spectrum, particularly those in the minority or the LGBTQ+, embodied in the House Bill numbers 222, 460, 3418, 3702, 4177, 4277, 551, 6003, and 7036. In addition, we also recommend in our September 19, 2022 position paper that we strongly advocate for continuing education of medical and mental health professionals to enhance their knowledge and skills in providing humane and evidence-based care for clients seeking help with SOGIE SC-related concerns. Secondly, the dissemination of research that addresses the needs and concerns of LGBTQ+ Filipinos and their families through workshops, seminars, and similar activities. And lastly, continuing dissemination of information on the importance of seeking out LGBTQ+ inclusive and affirmative licensed psychologists for media practitioners and individuals who wish to get professional psychological advice on SOGIE SC-related concerns. We will also submit our position paper, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reyes. Yes. Are there any questions from my, okay, my colleagues already left for a session. So we will now proceed to other resource persons. Thank you very much, Dr. Reyes and the Philippine Philippine Association of Psychologists. Thank you. Online. Okay. May we now call on Pastor Dennis Castillanes from the Davao Region Evangelical Association Ministers, or DREAM. The floor is yours, Pastor Castillanes.
Daghang salamat po, Committee Chair, Representative Roman. I am Pastor Dennis Castillanes from, again, Davao Region Evangelical Association of Ministers. Sandali lang po ito dahil yung ibang mga provisions naman po ay na-tackle na at naintindihan ko naman po. But just a few points po with so much less time to present all the concerns we have for this piece of legislation. Let me point out our major concern to the House Bill 222 and the likes. Let me point out Section 5B pa rin of the House Bill 222. Ito po ay denying access to public services to any person on the basis of SOGIE SC or sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression or social characteristics. Para sa amin po ay this bill is equivalent na to involuntary servitude, forcing a person to do what he or she does not want and penalizing him or her if he or she does not comply. Take for example po, ito lang po, the case of Lori Smith, a web designer who refused to design a website for same-sex couple who is now facing a pending case in U.S. court because of Colorado's anti-discrimination law. The Section 5B provision is of the same nature po for us. This is not an obscure incident that possibly the authors of the bill will say will not happen in the Philippines. Kanina po nakita ko po yung sinabi ni taken from the word of Attorney Patadi, if I'm not mistaken, may mga defensible naman daw po, defensible, pero it's up to the Supreme Court. Yun po yung apprehension namin eh. Opo. For at one time, this is an actual incident po. Iko-quote ko po an actual incident po sa Senate hearing. One of the authors of the SOGIE bill was once asked if that same incident, say that a Filipino Christian baker will refuse to make a cake for a same-sex couple, will he or she be liable? And without hesitation, the author of the bill said, yes, that Christian baker will be liable under the law. Sa Tagalog, mananagot sa batas, makukulong ang Kristiyanong yon, magbabayad ng multa,
Castillanes,
By
we
the
are-
way, I'm a pastor and also I have a bakery.
Yes,
Kaya God
Pastor.
help me if this bill is passed.
I remind you that we are here in the House of Representatives, so whatever they say in the Senate is their business. And of course, when you were talking about what Professor Bat had said, that everything can be questioned at the Supreme Court, well, the fact of the matter is any law in the land can be questioned, its constitutionality, and be presented sa Supreme Court. But if by following your logic, lahat ng pwedeng question sa Supreme Court ay hindi natin tatalakayin at hindi natin pag-uusapan, then we just call Congress and the Senate and let's not legislate anything because nakakatakot baka ma-question lang sa Supreme Court. All right, and I believe that we have reached the point that these scenarios in the United States, I have already given assurances that when it comes to same-sex marriage and things related
Salamat po.
to friends and cakes and invitations, we can.
Salamat po, Committee Chair.
Thank you.
Last point na lang po, ma'am. And for this and many more, the Davao Region Evangelical Association of Ministers, our dream is worry of the current bill, and we are giving our opposition to some provisions of the bill. We will submit our detailed opposition to other provisions of the bill that will affect business, religious, academic, and human rights of other individuals not part of the SOGIE SC. Maraming salamat po sa opportunity. Again, I'm Pastor Dennis of Davao Region Evangelical Association of Ministers. Thank you at maayong hapon sa tanan po.
Okay. Nandiyan si speaker sa session at ayan, medyo pinapatawag tayo. Gusto ko nunan tawagin ng nandiyan si Representative Florida Robes and also
Rachel Arenas.
Representative Arenas as well as Representative Panotes. Thank you very much for catching up. Nandito na yung ating resource persons eh. Gusto ko silang tawagin. Si Attorney Trahe. Hello, Attorney Trahe. Pasensya na. At sino pa dito sa kabila? Ganito na tayo, batuhan na lang, ha? This side, that side. And those who are joining us online via Zoom, I want to reassure you personally that this chair's commitment that you will be heard in another hearing. You will have your chance. Please do not misinterpret this as suppression. It's not my intention.
Not at all.
Talagang ano lang, time limits. Ay, di ba medyo ma-pressure pag nandiyan ang aming boss sa session. Magkakaroon pa tayo. And then after one more session, we will go to our technical working group as moved by Representative Avante. And also, if you are following us on FB Live and you want to speak before this committee, if you feel that your position has already been addressed by any of the speakers today, then please, wag na. We've heard you already through the people who have spoken today and those who will speak next week. I know there is great clamor among the faith-based groups to be listened to, but we have to operate within a limited period of time and material time for that matter. So we have to organize ourselves. Kanina nagsalita si Bishop Noel Pantoja, who speaks on behalf of 55,000 evangelical practitioners. For me, his statement was already representative of those 55. So it really, you must agree with me that if we just repeat and repeat, we become redundant. Ika nga, para tayong sirang plaka. Ako naman, I will not tolerate that anymore. Diba? These issues have been addressed and these issues have been dealt with, so we proceed. So now, thank you for those who are here. Attorney Trahe, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, you're right. Most of most of our concerns have been addressed already. So I'll be brief.
Thank you.
Okay. I know that you have said that this is not the same-sex marriage. It will not promote same-sex marriage, but our apprehension is that it will still pave the way for it. Simply because the gender identity refers to a person's innermost concept of self as man, woman, or another non-binary identity, which may or may not correspond with their sex or gender assigned at birth. I'm concerned with it, or we are concerned with this, because this application, if this will be applied to SOGIE bill, it would have a different implication. And that means,
just shortly to interrupt, I think we have already addressed that. We said that in order for two people to apply for a marriage license in order to get married, the basic requirement that is asked of them is a birth certificate. So if your birth certificate states that you are male,
yeah, right,
you are male under the eyes of the law. If your birth certificate specifies that you are female under the eyes of the law.
Yes.
And again, there is nothing in the provisions of the SOGIE Equality Bill that does away with that requirement. If there were, then there would be that repealing clause would apply, but there isn't.
Okay,
so your
that's good.
apprehension,
That's good.
I understand, I think should be addressed already by what I have just said.
This is very reassuring. Yes, and another point is under the declaration of policy, any form of discrimination stays there. So I know that it has been tackled already, that it is so encompassing. But this is, although this bill promotes anti-discrimination to LGBT group, we still feel that this is discriminatory, especially to women.
Which part?
It has been mentioned when it comes to sports, we cannot categorize them.
As I said, kanina,
Yes.
gender recognition laws in our country that will allow trans people to change their legal gender markers. And the basic requirement, status quo, is actually the birth certificate. So, wala pong basis yan. Hindi po yan ang intention ng bill na to.
Okay.
Sports events are not covered.
All right.
here.
So also under the it is also unconstitutional, which were discussed already. So I'll pass that. And but we are also concerned with the penalty. It's so harsh.
Yes, we will discuss that in the technical working group,
All right.
the penalties.
And the SOGIE bills, we're concerned with this, that the SOGIE bills, we think that it won't, the SOGIE bills won't create a third sex. Is that
It
correct?
does not.
Okay.
It does not. Sex is already defined under our laws. And one SOGIE SC is not a sex except, wala, actually kahit yung intersex hindi reflected sa ating batas. Reflected ba, Professor Batag?
No, it's not, except that in the case, intersex was recognized as a third sex.
In a case.
Yeah,
Meron
it's
tayong
sex
jurisprudence dyan.
Madam Chair, we call it sex characteristics because
Meron ba tayong jurisprudence dyan sa mga hermaphrodites and meron ano?
meron po, si Jennifer Kagandahan po
Okay.
versus
So
Republic.
just refer to jurisprudence. Okay, any
And,
more points?
because the SOGIE bills we think are based on feelings, and we cannot legislate something based on perception, feelings, or ideas. And one day, this is very important because one day you are a woman, the next day you are a man, and then a lesbian. You know, there is a case, I know there's a celebrity who's like that.
Okay, so anyway, I guess you're referring to trans people, but my personal experiences before you are even given the permission to undergo sex reassignment surgery, you have to undergo psychotherapy for years to determine that you are suffering from gender dysphoria. And one of the main criteria is basic. The principal and primordial criteria are it has to be consistent, insistent, and persistent. Feelings, definitely, we do not based on feelings. We just base our laws on what is prescribed by the Constitution, which is the basic right to work, the basic right to study, the basic right to receive services from the government, to access commercial and public establishments without discrimination. May you end your statement, Attorney Traje?
Yeah, on spiritual side of our position, the assignment of belongs exclusively to God. Just a statement.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, I'd like to say that we're not anti LGBTQ, but we are anti bills.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to reconcile that, because if you say that you are anti-discrimination, but it's all right for you for cases of discrimination against the LGBT to go unpunished, what kind of love is that? Anyway, we shall hear from the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Traje. Can we hear from the other side? We have here, tapos na yata ang D&D, no? Yung uniform personnel, okay na kayo. Okay. Sino pa po dito physically present who have not yet spoken? Wala na po. Wala na, umalis na. Okay. Professor Leobatad.
Madam Chair, I would just like to clarify, because if I'm not mistaken, I heard a while ago, unfortunately, Representative Villanueva is no longer here, when he said that you have called your lawyer or something like that, your counsel, referring to me.
You are not my counsel.
Precisely, we would like to make it of record, because that is rather unfair, Madam Chair. And I hope that that proper correction will be stated in the minutes.
And
because
records.
you mentioned that your
Yes.
counsel, and I'm not the counsel of Representative Roman. I am representing the UP Gender Law and Policy Program of the UP College of Law.
Okay, I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
for that confusion. Far be it that I should consider you as my counsel. But you are a resource person. Okay.
Madam Chair, it was not you who said that, but it was Representative Villanueva.
Villanueva. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the time is 3:10. Okay, 3:13 in the afternoon. I know there are many resource persons who joined us since 11 a.m. via Zoom. And I want to apologize that at this point we have to adjourn the meeting because our big boss is at the plenary, and I also have to be physically present there. Rest assured that we will have another hearing wherein we will hear your sides. But my request is this: if you have followed our meetings today, and I expect that you have, you shall have discovered and found out that many of your concerns have already been addressed, namely that it is same-sex marriage bill, and we have said that it is not. It is neither the intention. We have also expressed, ano ba yung pinag-usapan natin? Yung issue ng repealing clause, yung issue ng separability clause, yung issue ng sports events, yung issue ng health practitioners who have also addressed, ano pa ba? Kayo, hindi kayo nagpa-pay attention. Hindi, sorry. We have addressed many issues. Okay, I understand. Mga gutom na tayo. And our memory is quite limited pag gutom na tayo. So my point is, pag na-address ng issues nyo, hindi naman tayo pwede tayong parang sirang plaka. We have to work efficiently in the House, and we pride ourselves in working efficiently. So next session, please be brief, be concise, be direct, and be constructive. Dito po mula sa komite, we are committed to hearing everyone. This is the essence of democracy, and also our work in Congress. So with that, ako na nga ba mag-move for adjournment? Okay, meron akong announcement para sa ating mga members ng committee. As has been the tradition in the House of Representatives, the Committee on Women and Gender Equality will again spearhead the 2023 Women's Month celebration with the launching of a new recurring theme from this year to 2028. We are for gender equality and an inclusive society. Ulitin ko, we are for gender equality and an inclusive society. This is a positive affirmation and a call to action towards a renewed commitment to the advocacy on the advancements of women's rights, and it banks on the gains achieved during the time period of 2016 to 2022. We make change work for women, parang continuation po ito, which emphasize the need for compassionate and harmonized networks towards gender equality and women's empowerment. The Committee on Women and Gender Equality will conduct the following activities, and I hope you can join us. Number one, hosting of a flag ceremony at the House of Representatives on Monday, the 6th of March, 2023, as part of the tradition of the House of Representatives. This will be followed by a raffle draw in cash or in kind, to which I hope you can also contribute. In this regard, I would like, Okay, manawagan sa inyo. Sana po mag-contribute kayo. Keep in touch with our secretariat kung meron kang ngayong pledges or prizes. Number two, we will be conducting an all-women session day in the House of Representatives to allow women legislators to assume leadership roles for a day in the plenary, respectively as Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, and so on. Women legislators will also deliver privileged speeches, including myself, in the plenary or via Zoom, depending on the approval of the Committee on Rules, on the conduct of the all-women session to articulate on compelling women issues and concerns. This is in cooperation with the Association of Women Legislators Foundations Incorporated, led by Representative Linabel Villarica. We will be sending a schedule of other special activities in coordination with the HREP focal point system and other offices as soon as it is finalized through your respective email addresses for your information and guidance. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga resource persons. Yes, Bishop Alconga. Okay po. As a matter of okay, I think there's no objection to that. So, dahil ito po ay consensus, okay, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po again and permission to leave po.